from Maintenance Division. A couple of things to highlight of that really briefly. We used to have interstate primary and secondary goals singularly. If you wonder, well, why above 3,500, below 3,500 for primary and secondary? Overarching, we recognize our interstate. We need to keep it at a pretty high level. For primaries and secondaries that carry significant traffic, and I think intelligent people can agree or disagree of where that line should be, but we landed on 3,500 based on our expertise and judgment. But those need to be kept at a pretty high level when you're carrying larger amounts of traffic. You don't want to be out on the road as often doing this type of maintenance, and you want the conditions to be very hot. Primary and secondary, I think there was some recognition that, you know, those are a little different in function. Secondaries would tend to correlate to your smaller local roads on average, I would say. But we chose different targets for those, and a peek behind the curtain on the secondaries, I suspect it's not a shock to any of you that around the state, our secondary pavement condition is something that we needed to work on. So having these goals in place and directions by our CTV is helping us use our data, use our models to figure out how we can get to those goals. And we're actually needing to invest more money on our secondary network to get to that minimum. So we will actually be managing slight, small declines on other systems in order to make sure we can get the secondary needs to be. And those kind of things are how the policy and the funding helps us achieve that. Carl?
Yeah, I'm Kara. I think VDOT is fortunate enough to set the target and ask CTP to fund it. We don't have much options. We have our own targets, 80% good or better. So where should we go to ask for more money? We have to ask VDOT. We have to ask state budget to grow the park so that just like you set the target and CTP gives you, hey, increase from 60% to 75% on secondary road. Sure. We have a lot less than that on our local road, but we have no option. We have no way. And that's where the locality are coming together to ask how you can help us, not just VDOT. You are showing everything is VDOT control, VDOT maintain, and VDOT administer. Where is cities? That's where we are heading into.
Okay, and then on the bridge side of stuff, it's got maybe a little bit even more complex because we came up with new ways of measuring condition, and that's we'll touch on that just a little bit, Adam, in terms of what this average weighted GCR is. But the other thing that's kind of missing a little bit here, these interstate primary, secondary numbers, that's the percentage of bridges that are good and fair, right? So it's and previously there were higher targets for this. We had higher targets, and that was that whole drive to remove those poor bridges. And so here, this required a reduction in our target and our goal.
Maybe expand on that just a little bit. Adam Mateo, Central Office Bridge again. Yeah, those are relaxed targets for the percentage of bridges that are in good or fair condition. We had a very high target to recover the system again. But one of the things we did, this was a 50-year study, as Gareth mentioned, which it has to be. So because bridges deteriorate over decades, not months, really. And so what we looked at first is what is an acceptable level of service for our bridges, and how do you measure that, right? So really, it was going back to this general condition rating chart that we were showing before. And we said, you know, a bridge at about 5.6. If we had an average general condition rating at that level, that's a sustainable thing. So if in 50 years, when our average bridge is 102 years old or something, if we can sustain that, that would be good. And then we looked at also what kind of blend of investment would we need to achieve that, and how much money would be needed. So this was a statewide effort. We looked at all the bridges. So we determined that we were pretty close, at least for the VDOT bridges, with our existing funding stream, but that we had to shift our investment plan. In previous 15 years, it was about 75% replacement and end-of-life treatments, 25% preservation. We really had to say, we need to flip the script and go about 75% preservation, 25% replacement or end-of-life. In order to get that leeway to change our investment philosophy, we needed to relax those goals for the poor bridges. Going back to this really having a regimental approach, a planned approach. So we had to give ourselves all of us, a little bit of room to operate so that we can allow some bridges to go into poor, but plan them and take care of them in a strategic way. I think it's kind of what you were talking about, was having a plan, a long-term plan, so that we know, okay, we're going to do this in this year. And as long as we stick to that, we can really keep our bridges portion going for another half century or so, and who knows what they'll be doing then. So just
Thank you, Adam. And so these scenarios that we're running for bridges, this is the scenario that was approved by the CTB. There was a scenario, let's keep doing what we're doing. And I think the cost of that, to keep going and striving to those current goals, there was an extra $120 million per year. Okay, so what we're looking at here is this can be achieved with current funding, right? So it's all of these things. There's a decline, a managed decline that's happening, right? But it's controlled. Preservation first, doing what we can to make sure that we delay that decline as much as possible, but come out with something that we know we can manage to and we can control within the dollars that are available.
So how is, this is Jim Rosenbaum, how is recent inflation factored into your plan in having enough money to do it? I mean, if it goes back for localities too, I mean, I don't think they're going to be funded at growth rates of, I saw figures 17% in the last 2 years your bids are coming in at. I'm sure localities are having the same kind of issue. They're not getting 70% increases. But
all the modeling was done in 2019 dollars. So we just assumed, as part of the for the amount of money needed, if you're looking at year 30, that would be the amount of money required would be 2019 dollars for that requirement 30 years out. That's what.
I would tend to say, this Rob Crandall Maintenance Division, I would hazard a guess, what they go through, some of the sources and paying for those sources may be different, but Raja will work with his team to get this pavement information ready and have predictions where and how much money it's going to take to either get to our goals or get to a milestone target toward those goals. And if inflation is taking up that dollar, like we all know it has the past year or two, one of two things is going to happen. We're going to talk to our executive folks about, is there going to be pulled from somewhere else to address that? But they're all going through inflationary pressures too, right? Or B, are we going to have to reduce our program, and what are the impacts of that? And with our models, we can have some educated guess of what those impacts will be. Instead of getting to 60% on the secondaries, less than 35, get to 56 this year because of that kind of thing. I know that's oversimplified, but are there sources available to us? VDOT on the whole doesn't get more money. It's prioritization within what's available to us. Carl?
And Carabin, taking on the same point to inflation. I think VDOT is in the same situation like cities, and that's where we have to go together. The reason I'm saying that in 2022, FY22, we are receiving $24,000 moving lane mile. $24,000 per lane mile. And in today's days, when Kenny goes out and mill and overlay one moving lane mile, it's $96,000. Can you relate it? We are getting $24,000 per mile for moving lane mile. In Broad Street for $96,000 per mile. if you even put on life cycle cost analysis, if you put that, say, the 10-year of doing that, that takes out from 24,000 to at least $10,000, 40% of money just moving 1 lane mile, not even second. And then on top of it, we have bridges. And then City of Harrisonburg mentioned 10 different items that we struggle through. If you add these together with inflation and all these things without it, this $24,000 doesn't work. And that's why all these cities are coming together to state, please help us, make it work what our needs are. On total, not only pavement, not only bridges, signals, sidewalk, bike lanes, that you have bus shelter, transit lanes. Urban localities are totally different than rural localities. State needs to look into our needs and desires. And then I think that whether inflation or cities together, go and ask for more money. But not, this doesn't work. Formula of 24,000 per lane mile, for the example I given to you.
Thank you. Any other questions or any comments or anything online? Are people online still all good? Excellent. So that was the work that was done back in 2019, and VDOT continues to look to implement that. We had a discussion earlier on about the SGR and trying to look at using those SGR funds on GCR5 structures. And that was something that came out of this and something that was necessary. And as Adam mentioned, there's been work that's been going on last year to try and look at take that approach. And so there's implementation work that's happened since 2019, and hopefully with that SGR approach, that'll have benefit for all, as well as VDOT. So, okay.
Move on.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
So that's a bit of what's gone on in the past and what's been done. So let's talk a little bit more about the project process that we're looking at here. So there's 3 tasks that we're looking at, and we're going to talk about each of these specifically. The first one is paid. Yeah, do we want a break?
So let me ask the folks in the room, do you want to take a break for a few minutes? I think we got another hour.
Yeah, I would like to.
Okay.
So I'll take that on.
Okay. So I tell you what, everyone's like, oh, Ross, take a break. So let's take a, I don't know, 10-minute break. Is that enough? And catch up on the phone and stuff, and then get back here in about.
So it's 10:53 and about 11 o'clock, 7 minutes.
All right. That's there.
11 o'clock?
There you go. 11
Okay.
o'clock. Cool.
Thank you.
And for those folks online, we'll be right back. Let me see if I can pause the recording.
Yeah, I think
It's like got all of a sudden it got really cold.
yeah, I was the recording roll.
Yeah,
Yeah, because otherwise,
we'll
yeah,
lose it.
I
Okay.
think
All right.
it would restart it.
Gotcha. All right. Learning all about Teams. Maybe auto music or something. Yeah. My wife would love that.
Okay, so let's just confirm online that you can hear us okay. And
Yes.
thank you, and we'll get the presentation. Make sure the presentation if you cannot see the presentation, let us know that as
All right.
well.
Can you see the budget bill language?
We're not in teams.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll just we'll put that to full screen. If you can see that, that's great.
Hold on, let me make sure I'm in Teams because,
Yeah, she could see it.
yeah, but I've got it open in two places, so I just want to make sure. Did it go to full screen for everyone?
Why are we here? You can see that. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we have spent quite a bit of time talking about background, and there's a reason for that, because there's a lot of what we talked about in the last week that we want to apply moving forward, and that's what we want to get into now. So we just brought back up, and for those online, I know you couldn't see it when we talked to this earlier on, but this is the budget bill language. And so just give you a bit of time on this. We're going to come back to this as well at the end, and we're going to get some feedback from this group on these points 1 to 4 in terms of what we've got here, and want to hear a little bit more about your thoughts around what this means for you and for others. So probably after we've had some lunch, we'll come back and we'll talk through this a little further. And so just looking at this, we've talked about an assessment of the current condition of pavements and bridges. So we've talked there about the work that's been going on to develop that an assessment of the current conditions. So we have data that's now just been available at the end of the year, and we're working through that now. A review of the current formula used for distributing payments, opportunities for efficiency through partnerships. I've heard quite a bit on that already this morning. So that's been really good. We've got some notes on that, and perhaps we'll be able to touch on that a little bit further later on. And then recommendations, if any, for revisions of the formula. Okay. So assessment of condition, review of the formula, opportunities for partnerships, and then recommendations to the formula. That's what we've sort of been set out to do. Okay, so let's talk about what we are going to do. 3 tasks. We've got to focus on pavements, we've got to focus on bridges, because those were those 2 condition pieces we were asked to look at, and a review of the current formula. Okay, so those are the 3 pieces that we're going to look at. And we'll talk through each one of these in more detail and get some feedback from you all on that. So condition analysis on pavements. So what we were asked for in the language was to collect current condition. Okay, but something that VDOT wants to do through this is also do some analysis on that current condition. Okay, so I think this is a little bit more than what was specifically in that, but I think it's an important part of the picture that needs to be painted. Okay. So we talked earlier on about these performance targets over here that were arrived at through the comprehensive review. So what VDOT wants to look at is where are we at today? What's that current condition? We now have data on that. What does the future look like in terms of getting to these targets? So that's that. What does it take to get there? Okay. And there's going to be some analysis that was undertaken to assess that and see what that looks like. Okay, so we're just starting off on that process to do that. But rather than just look at current condition, VDOT thinks it's important to look at, this was a target that was come up with for VDOT parts of the network. Let's look at what that means for local parts of the network as well. Okay, so that's analysis that's going to be going on now. Does that make sense? Okay. From a pavements perspective, oh, sorry, go back. Yeah. there's certain information and data that feeds into this analysis, okay? And there's a lot of assumptions that go into it, and those inputs and assumptions could be difficult. If we're talking about how we manage our assets moving forward, what does this look like? What are we going to achieve? What are we going to do? It's different for all of us. But we want to have some common way of assessing it. And so that's why we're looking at using this VDOT methodology that we've used for the VDOT parts of the network. One thing that is important in terms of these targets is you'll see that they have this over 3,500, under 3,500 AADT split. Okay, so in order for us to do this analysis, we need to say these are the parts of the network that are over 3,500. These are the bits that are under 3,500. Okay. VDOT does not have that data on the local parts of the network. Okay. You may have that data on parts of your network. You may not. I would expect everybody to have all that sort of information and data readily available. So again, we're going to put some assumptions in so we can do this analysis and see what the future looks like. So in orange in here, we have our first request of this group. Okay. We have done some work looking at how we can make some assumptions on what parts of the network are over 3,500 and over 3,500. And we're going to come up with an assessment of that for each locality. And we're going to produce a map. It says, here's your network. These are the bits we think are over 3,500. These are under 3,500, and a list of what that looks like. Okay. So we're looking in the next couple of weeks to send that out to everybody. So this is our assumptions that we're going to feed into the model and give you an opportunity to have data on your network, or you want to share that with us so we can update those assumptions. Then we'll work with you to do that. But we've had to go through a process of how can we come up with an approach to this. We'll describe how we've come up with that methodology, but we want to have an opportunity for you guys to give some feedback on it. Yes.
Question, and Carol. VDOT collects ADT every 2 to 3 years on every street in the state of Virginia. And I believe that's what we rely on. A lot of times we have on that to know what ADT on what street section is in
Every street,
in
local
this one. Is that data that you already collect, you can tap into to know that?
cities and towns.
Well, no, so like collectors, not local streets, so like on my neighborhood street.
So we have primary extensions, right?
But-
So we have VDOT network and primary extensions.
And collectors.
Yeah, I think the traffic engineering division actually collects collector data in all cities across the
And
country.
local too, I think it might.
Local neighborhood streets. I think it's spotty on local neighborhood streets.
So we will reach out to traffic engineering and see exactly what information they gather. We were under the presumption they did not have the local and collectors.
And that comes from traffic engineering.
Yes.
When we got to the point where we had the field data and we're starting to try and match up to, our process for over 3,500, under 3,500, and we're going to get traffic's most recent data. And they say, for these streets, we don't have the data. So we can go back.
We can check.
But the guidance from folks who collect that stuff, they've told us they don't have it.
So if we have it, great, we'll use it. Of course. If we don't, we'll follow this process with our assumptions, sending it out to the localities. You guys can validate or give us different data.
And here's how that will affect what Gareth is talking about here. If we actually find routes that are in your municipality that we do have the data, then we can use it on those streets. Are they above 3,500 or not? And instead of relying on some judgment to do that, which we've done for everybody, we can actually apply that. Beyond that, though, I'm almost certain for many, many, many of your local roads, we're not going to have it. We've made some assumptions, that we've applied broadly, but we want to get it in your hands so that you can kind of check behind us. And if there are big misses, if there are streets that we are assuming are below 3,500 and it's a hugely traveled street and we've missed that, we need you to give us that feedback. I don't think we're ever going to achieve perfection, but I think we can get pretty close with what we've done, and then any feedback from you if you see big misses. Okay? We're not looking or expecting you to go back and get tons and tons of data and analyze it to the nth degree. You're welcome to do that, I suppose. But it's more about come back to us if you see us missing big things. Maybe we said it's over 3,500 and it's a little side road that doesn't have any traffic on it hardly. If you can help us with that, that'll help us make this analysis as good as possible. Yes, sir.
Rick from Danville. That, you want that after we get the information that you've got
Correct.
already, and then assess that. Tell you what we think you may have missed that is highly traveled.
Or vice versa. If we put it in one category versus the other, and that's a big miss, you let us know that.
And what happens to the local streets? That's over half of our streets. Is there any, are they going to have data on all the local streets?
We have made assumptions
Okay.
for, yes, this is over 3,500 or below 3,500. We need your help to say, yeah, that looks about right, or I have data that confirms it's right, or no. You know, I got a half dozen routes that are really heavy traffic carriers, but you put it under 3,500. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Again, I don't think anybody at VDOT is expecting that you're hiring consultants doing traffic counts and giving us, again, you're welcome to do that with the time that we're able, but it's more about kind of a gut check and give us feedback if we missed anything big time.
I would hazard a guess. Generally, the secondary system is either collector or local. It's going to be extremely rare to find something that's classified as a local street that carries 3,500 vehicles a day, because if it is, it's probably already been improved. It's probably gone to a collector level. And generally, I know in our city, they do the collector level roads. There may be a few key secondary, local streets, but not many. And that's because it's not that much traffic.
That's helpful because that validates some of the conversations we've had. Gareth can tell you that we talked about, that was our judgment too.
Right.
But we don't want to over or underestimate that if there are big time misses in our assumptions. That's all.
Excuse me, I had come, this is Alan Riley from Manassas Park. I had come in late. And I just need a sense of what the performance measures here are. Is that instance 82%? Does that mean 82% of the interstates have a critical condition index of greater than 60? Is that the goal we're looking for?
That's right.
Okay.
82% of the independent sections have the CCI rating of 60 or above.
Okay, so is that 82%? Does that reflect what's in the system right now or the goal that we're trying to achieve?
It's the goal.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
So that's the goal. But as I say, we do, just within the last few weeks, we have condition data, and as soon as we can, we'll share that out so you'll know where things currently stand. So we have just got the data. We've got a matter of weeks to try and do some analysis and to feed back into this discussion. So we're going to give you a window. We're going to give you a window of opportunity to give some feedback on that. It's going to be relatively tight. We don't want going out and collecting more data. If you have something, if you have data, demonstrate that there's something up with your assumptions, we'll collect that and make that in. But yeah, we just request to work with us through that process.
Real quick, I think the microphone is picking up a lot of like smaller side conversations, so we make people aware of that. That's harder for people to hear.
Thank you. Any more questions on that? When we send it out, there will be something that describes the methodology that's been used, the request, what we need from you to make some changes, et cetera, and timeframes associated with that and how you go about it. So any more questions on that?
This is Tom from Harrisburg. Do you know who in the localities you're going to send that request of information to? Is it the city manager, or is it Public Works, or is it, you know who you're going to send that to?
I don't know who that is. I don't know. Perhaps we'll check with Russ when we come back.
Yeah. Well, I think we've got our Public Works Director's major mailing list and
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Our mailing list
Okay.
right now is the primary is the city manager, secondary is usually the public works director. And we send it to both.
So we could probably, people that have come to this, we could probably let them know as well, just that the request has gone out.
Or at least recognize if it goes to the city manager's office, sometimes it's several weeks.
Unfortunately, yeah.
That's critical with the deadline that you're talking about.
That you guys are aware of it. Okay, so we'll make sure we have an action. Okay, and so as I say, then that analysis will be undertaken, and at the end we'll talk about timeframes in terms of what happens next. We'll come back, we'll have a discussion on that as a group in terms of what we recorded from that. Perhaps let's flip to the next one, and we can talk a little bit. Again, I don't know. It's a similar sort of thing that we're doing with bridges. Okay, so we're going to do a similar sort of analysis. We know existing condition, we have that data, and we're going to do that analysis again. What's going to happen in the long term in terms of achieving these performance targets that we've applied to the rest of the VDOT network. So again, we have this data, we have that from you. We don't need anything from this, but it's just more saying that this analysis, again, same methodology, we're going to undertake that, and we'll report back and we'll have a discussion with this group about what we do. A lot simpler.
Yeah, we're just using what we currently have, what you report to us through the NBI data as of December 1st, 2022.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. So the third task that we're looking at is a review of the current formula. Okay, and what's going to happen here is, Russ talked about some of the work that was done previously, and we've seen a lot of that. Part of that was looking at what's done here, what's done by others, other states, and getting some consideration on that. But we are going to have a bit of time today, and if anybody's got any thoughts or seen what others are doing or heard of what others are doing and want to share that and feed that in, we can feed that into to this discussion. But we're going through a process of looking at that formula, looking at what changes could be looked at, what the impact of those changes would be. And you heard Russ talking about that earlier on in terms of what had been done with previous analysis. But also thinking about adding in that existing condition. And we've already highlighted today there's some challenges associated with that. But I think that's something that's been sort of requested for us to consider as we move forward.
Yeah, when you're looking into other states, can you look into specifically California? Because California is one of the biggest states that has locally maintained the network of streets and bridges, and how they are handling that funding mechanism. I will suggest that we look into California.
I've got a contact for you if you want to. Dan Johnson.
And is there a certain aspect of what California is doing, or just generally their thing is there?
Because when you're going to look into comparing with what other states are doing, you need to see what that is working and how it is working. You may have to have in touch with the state level officials over there, and how localities are, how they are satisfied, are their needs are addressed. If they have a success story, I think we need to look into in more detail. Just not sticking to formula only, but other way of looking at things. So my point is that formula is one thing when you evaluate, analyze, and but at the same time, is there any other approach of funding that works better in other states that we can even borrow and do it? That would be a open and candid kind of analysis rather than just a formula based on.
Garrett, for one of the questions online is for bridges and then also for pavements, is there going to be a distinction between infrastructure on the national highway system?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
For bridges and pavements on the when we're looking at infrastructure, is there going to be a distinction for those on the national highway system? Or is that going to be like one of the attributes?
So pavements, let me answer it. We don't distinguish between NHS and non-NHS or VDOT analysis. So we plan to follow the same analysis procedures for localities. We do not really distinguish.
Same for bridges. The principal difference is that for national highway system bridges, we have more data. So you're required to provide it. So we can give a more refined analysis. For some people voluntarily provide more data, this detailed element data for non-NHS bridges, even though they're not required to. And so when we have it, we'll use what's available, but we make no distinction. But there is an important distinction, which is NBI versus non-NBI. We do not have an assessment of your non-NBI bridges, and by that I mean anything less than 20 feet in length. So if you would like to inspect those and inventory those and report those, we would be glad to take them into our inventory and know about them. We just really only have the data that we're using, that they have available to us.
Okay, did that answer that question? Any clarifications on that? So really looking at what we saw on those previous slides, under 3,500, 100, over 3,500, that sort of classification type discussion. So not a focus on the NHS. Okay. What have we got next? Okay, so this next slide is the schedule that we're working to as we go through this. So this is really our kickoff for the bulk or the meat of this project. Okay, it's taken many months to collect all the data and get that in, and we now have that in place. So that's where we're at today with our grey dot. This is our kickoff discussion and making sure everybody's aware of what's going on. The analysis process we're going to undertake over the next 3 to 4 months. The first cut of that analysis has to be a lot sooner than that, and then there will be some to and fro that goes through that. And then in the May-June sort of time, that's when we need to start developing some recommendations and the report that has to eventually answer that legislative question. And it's in that sort of time we'll have some further engagement and discussion on what some of those recommendations might be, what some of the analysis is showing, what are some of the options that are being considered, what are others doing. We'll talk more about that and come back to this group and give this group an opportunity to have some feedback into that. So trying to get that sorted out in that period. And then it does take a long time. Once we come up with something, it's a long time to get it all, go through the process before it can be submitted. And so there's a few months at the end of the process to do that. So those are the sort of big steps that we need to take over the next few months. Yes, comments on that?
Yeah. Do you mind that when VDOT put this analysis together, when they are putting a report together before this review period starts in maybe July to December, when will these groups will have a time to look into what in the draft format where we can see that are we going in the right direction or not right direction before you even have a 90% of the report finalized?
Sure, and that's in this orange panel. Okay.
So we will be all connected.
So that's this group coming together, this further engagement. Engagement is with this group. So, we need to go through that analysis. We need to see what it comes out with, make that available to the group, talk about some of those recommendations, and then be prepared. So this review period is, once this group and the specialists within VDOT come up with something, that review period is within VDOT and the Secretary's office, etc., to go through that process before it goes to the legislator. So that orange bit is when we will get back together and have a discussion on draft approaches. Okay. Any other questions on that? Everybody online's okay with that? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a question if the Weldon Cooper report will be updated based on the formula changes, but I don't think we're quite there yet in knowing what that'll look like.
So is that talking more about an implementation?
Yes, an implementation later, but I think that'll be a discussion that we'll have later, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, and that Weldon Cooper data is very important in terms of some of this analysis. That last bit. So the data that's being collected through that is feeding into this, and it paints some of that picture about what the dollars are used for, and also what is the allowance versus what is actually getting spent, and those sort of things. So part of that will all feed into this, and we have started really diving into that data. So that is critical in terms of painting this picture.
Tom Harrisonburg, one thing I would say just with the 2020 and 2021 data, be careful with COVID, because during COVID we had to curtail some of our operations. So it affected what we reported through Weldon Cooper because of the impacts with staffing and workforce and the amount of things that we could get done. So just be careful with that when you look at those 2 years.
Yeah, we have seen some funny stuff in the last couple of years. It seems out of kilter, so we kind of assumed that was the case.
Yeah, that and then now with workforce, I mean, we're running always 10-15% down with staff, so it's struggling to get things completed, which then ties into the funding. So there's struggles.
Okay.
Renee from Leesburg, and not only from the staffing perspective, but also from contractors' perspective, we struggled getting completed that was being done through contracted forces because we could not get anybody into the jurisdiction to do the work, especially in the last two and a half years with the pandemic. And part of it is not being a large jurisdiction, not having as much money as some of the other larger jurisdictions. It's hard to draw the contractors in to get some of our money spent in a timely basis. So the Weldon Cooper numbers for a couple of years were skewed and were concerning to my finance staff because of that skew.
How did 22 look for all you guys? I mean, was it skewed too, or is it better, or what?
New March.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but how's it gonna look?
It's still a little skewed, but we're
Yeah, I
starting.
think we're picking
to catch
back up. I mean, we're getting back to
Yeah.
staffing. We're getting projects done. I mean, just 2020 to 2021, it really impacted things to the point that I was even calling Russ to make sure what happens if I don't get to that meet the minimum allotment because of the way we saw things. But I think we're rebounding now, getting back to having contractors and getting work performed. Yeah.
All righty, discussion. So I don't know, is lunch here or near?
It should be here no later than 11:45.
This clock is a little bit slow.
Yeah, it's 11:35 right now, so 10 minutes to hopefully the ETA.
Okay. So in terms of discussion, I know we have the presentation from Richmond, but I thought we'd probably run into that after lunch. That's okay. Yeah.
Since we have a little time, can you do a little more discussion of the State of Good Repair Fund and what the rationale for how that's allocated to various localities? I mean, I understand the cap, I'm being told, but it doesn't matter what the size or of the locality is in terms of how much money, how do you determine how much goes to who?
So the breakdown is first done by district. So each district gets a certain amount of that overall cost based on previous formula. Then each locality is allowed to apply for 1.5 million regardless of size.
But isn't that formula based on the code of Virginia, Adam, for the state of
Why?
California?
It's a large locality versus a small locality. Why is it the same?
I really don't. I mean, it's a good question, but that's just what it depends on. It's based on need. So if there's a small locality that has a large need, then I don't see why they should. You know, if their need is larger than a large locality, I think they should still be eligible for and not less if their roads are.
But what happens if a large municipality only can apply for 1.5 and the small municipality only applies for 200,000? Where does the other 1.3 go?
We can maximize the 1.5 and within a locality, within a district, if a smaller locality didn't need their 1.5, we do add it to the larger localities up to that level.
But we don't know about it. Nobody tells us that there's extra money.
The district should be letting you know that, but.
So there are tons of applications that don't respond.
Yeah.
So there are tons of applications
No,
that don't
that's
meet that like funding limit. So just because another locality is not applying for that total 1.5 million, it doesn't mean that necessarily they would have gotten that money.
No, I understand that.
But the whole thing is based on Code of Virginia formula of what each district gets, and it goes through Jennifer Allen's division. She distributes the funding that we can use for the bridge and the pavement.
Yeah, on the districts, because the formula right now says that you have to cap at 17.5%. That's what is existing the formula that what it is. Have you seen districts, are they spending all 17.5 million cap they given to each district, or they're less than that, or they're spending each penny of it? If it's like Kenny asking that if 17.5 is capped, they got $50 million for paving, and they are only localities competing all these things, takes only 40 million, but there's 10 million goes from SDA. That VDOT uses in interstate system or other places. Can that be, if the locality can come back to localities for the bigger locality have bigger needs, those kind of things, and not only paving, but bridges also. Bridges are capped to $1.5 million. And that's the same cap applied for SDR for bridges. I think we need to see the historical data from previous years, how these districts are performing from central office point of view, and how those funding can be reallocated to the localities, not going into some other parts.
It is staying in the balanced interest pot. So recently what we've been doing is any money that's still there, we keep it in that district balanced entry, and we've been using it to cover the deficit because the cost of projects has been astronomical, especially with the ADA cost. So we've been using that extra money and transferring it to those projects, up to that 1.5 million.
To new work or to maintenance work?
To the SGR paving projects that got awarded money.
You said still up to that 1.5.
Up to the 1, but you cannot exceed the 1.5 million limit.
I maybe add, at least on the bridge side, and I'm sure this is true for the pavement, we're following the law. The law is really particular about the funding distribution. This is a needs-based distribution. Now, one of the unfortunate things is there's a lag between the needs analysis and the funding distribution. But I will say, I just want to make this point because it's going to be more important going forward. The law that I have to ask you to get your applications in for bridges. Right now, we have 23 bridges that are eligible for safety repair funds that are locality owned law. We only received 9 applications. So there's 14 localities that chose not to request the funds. And we ask, we go out and say, please, we need your applications. This is the date. We usually get a quarter of the ones that we eventually get by the deadline. We're flexible. We want to work with people. We collect as much as we can. But this this is an issue, and that 23 number, that gets back to that number of how many remaining unprogrammed poor bridges there are in the state that are owned by localities. So if you have all but 23 statewide, which is good news, but as we expand the program to move into fair bridges, which is going to be, it's going to change, and we're going to have to really collaborate on that, assuming the law changes. We really need to make sure we're all in lockstep and getting these applications, and we're working through this pre-scoping process. A lot of work to be done. If the law changes, we're going to have a lag before we actually move into the new program. But I just wanted to point that out because I know the question related to paving, so I don't presume to get into that. But on the bridge side, I can't say specifically where we're going to be, but there may be unrequested funds sitting there because colleagues just didn't get the applications. So anyway, just I wanted to mention that, but that's going to be something we need to work together on going forward.
A little more to the pavement. Can the SGR funds for bridges be accumulated over years for a larger repair?
Yeah, it was. So the money will sit in the account. Now that's more of a question for the asset management division. We just get told, hey, this is how much money we have. This is how much is available. So we'll program the applications as they come in, and we'll of course spread the money out over 6 years because you're not going to spend it all in. So that money may change based on the needs-based distribution. So grab it while it's there, for sure. Sorry.
But a little more detail to the payments. So going with that hypothetical number of 50 million, if 50 million is the available SGR funding, the needs, SGR needs out there is more like 280 million. It's not that, a portion of 50 million is being left behind. If all the localities or all the sections that are eligible to be SGR funded, if all those applications come in, it far exceeds the available SGR amount. So there will be no money left over. EMD will be in a better position to give the exact numbers, or maybe Russ can talk about it. But I don't think we have any money that's going to carry it out as a balance.
We completed all the balances of previous year's funding, and we complete all of the current year's funding. The only way funding is getting back into the balance entry is to close that project that balances.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the only way money.
And there are a lot of applications that are not funded because there is no funding available. So
It's not nearly enough funding for the applications we receive. That's true. And then we're limited too by the distribution as Adam, as Adam mentioned of what we receive. We get our budget from A&D, Asset Management Division, and they use the law to do the distribution. So, we're limited to what we have by district, and by district, then it's shuffled to the localities.
right, even for individual localities, I think the intent behind law, I'm not sure, but if all the money goes to one locality, other localities may not get that. So I think that's where they have that limit of 1.5 million, so that more localities get the funding. It's not just based on just the poor payments, because the funding priority is based on a low CCA value, high AADT, and whether it's on NHS or not. So if one locality has all these criteria that's met, the funding may go to one locality alone, and to avoid that, I think there's that cap.
The 1.5 million is VDOT policy.
Right.
So that may be something that's SGR and is based on, the budget. So it may be something that can be looked into if we have an increase in the budget.
Thank you, Yolanda, because that's exactly my point, where the law caps 70.5% to each construction district. And I don't know whether law even go further, that each project has to be each locality has to be $1.5 million. If it's a VDOT policy, that VDOT policy should change to accommodate a little bit higher based on inflation and all this. But we need to change the law. If it goes 1.5, then the law needs to be changed. But I don't think it's the case. Case is that Yolanda mentioned.
Right, 4 years ago, it used to be 1 million. I think they changed it to 1.5.
Because the projects were federalized, previously they had a federal exception, but now the project's federalized and so the cap is 1.5 million.
I mean, I brought it up, I think this issue, SGR ought to be included, you know, in this whole discussion of forming a long-street maintenance manager. It seems like they're, you know, they're doing sort of the same thing in a way, except that SGR is need-based, and that's kind of what we're getting to, you know, with all the discussion of pavement bridge conditions is need-based, and here we already have a vehicle that tries to do that, although it doesn't make sense to me that if you're a small locality and you have a very needy project of $1.5 million, but you compare that to a larger locality that has 3 projects that are needy, each, you know, $1.5 million, and only give the large only gives $1.5 million. I mean, they're all needy, so that doesn't make sense to me. That.
But
I get the point that a small locality can have a very needy project, but a large locality can have a ton of them.
And I think the rationale originally behind that is that we don't want to be like rewarding localities that have very low scores. You know, like we want to be able to distribute funds evenly, and if someone's underperforming, we don't want them to be at the top of the list every year getting all the money.
As Mike Sawyer said in Richmond, what ends up happening is you reward the district, because then you're capping the locality. District gets the 17.5%, they max out based upon what happens in the city of Richmond. So
Right.
you're rewarding the district level.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to provide the rationale, and I know it's not perfect.
And my suggestion would be going forward in discussion that we should attack both, just like you're saying that General Assembly to raise the cap, because this supplement the maintenance need that we don't get enough, no one gets enough, state, VDOT and us. So this supplement SGR for the same kind of tasks. Both from General Assembly point of view, raise the cap for SGR and then VDOT policy. Let's start changing that too in coming for future years, that not cap at $1.5 million, but make it more realistic kind of cap.
Lunch is here, I think it's.
Okay.
One thing with SGR, the only thing, the difference is it's only applicable to the primary extensions. So in our inventory, that's a small amount of our pavement inventory. So we don't, and those SGR routes are our high priority routes where we have all of our commercial business, we have interstate on and off traffic. So we intentionally, we're going to spend our funds to maintain those roads because they lead into the city for commerce and we can't let an SGR type road get to a 40 or 30 where it will then become competitive to get SGR funds. We have to spend the dollars that we do get from the state and maintain those roads at a higher priority because we don't want to take the risk of letting them get to the point that they do qualify or uncompetitive, because then there might be other aspects of the road that we lose as far as subgrade or other components.
Primary extensions are the only ones that are eligible for SGR.
In localities.
Right.
It's not, if it was applicable to all of our streets, then we could submit applications. But we've submitted one round of applications and we were so far down because our ADT was low and our CCI was like 58. And I was like, we're not going to waste our time submitting these applications when we're not going to be competitive against, Hampton Roads or Richmond Road that has 20,000 ADT and a 30. We're never going to compete for those dollars.
So if you're only competing in your district, you wouldn't be competing in it.
Well, we have some other localities that don't manage the roads the way that we would manage the roads. So then you're going back to your point of you're taking your maintenance dollars and doing something else with it versus I'm taking our maintenance dollars and spreading it out to maintain the best I can. And then when we do have extra funding, you're going to reward them and then take it away from my ability to do other things. I mean, it's
so
dynamic.
So I mean, we've had quite a bit of discussion today on SGR, and we'll make some notes on that. We've highlighted some of the challenges that people have raised today. Obviously, that's a slightly different focus than what we're looking at here, but it's very much related, right? Because it's adding to the overall.
And it ties back in because we're talking about condition rating as far as tying it to funding. And SGR is condition rating, and if we're going to do condition rating, tying it to our maintenance dollars, everybody's maintenance, it's hard to compare any municipality's maintenance requirements to another, whether it's Harrisonburg, Virginia Beach, or Norfolk and Leesburg. We all have different requirements because we all have different right-of-way risks. We all have different infrastructure that's in that. And it's the same thing that we brought up. Richmond brought it up. We all brought that up. We all have different. So if you start bringing
pavement condition assessment into the allocation of maintenance funds, it just doesn't make any sense. There's too many other factors, and that's only one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, for perfect example, Kenny with Richmond. Last year alone, we spent over $2 million improving handicap ramps because of the DOJ. And that came right out of my paving budget. I mean, that's how much we paved last year. I mean, we put in 800 handicap ramps. And there's no funding for that other than it comes directly out of my paving budget. How many lane miles could I have paved with $2 million?
Quick question.
Yeah.
Diane is asking, when will the Fugro data be available for like the localities to see and be able to weigh in on?
So we are working on that. We are in the end stages of getting the data from the contractor, Fugro. And once we get it from them, we have to load it in our payment management system, run the summary results, and then we'll be able to provide. But prior to that, we need input from the localities about high and low AADT, because we need to report based on the AADT also. So I would say in about a month, depending on how much time we give the localities to come back with their assumptions and classifications.
And we also need to think about how's the best way to share that data as well, right? So that it's useful. So we have to work through that process as well. Okay.
So we want to take a break. We have on our schedule, we are right on time. So yay. How about we kind of make it a working lunch, kind of everybody gather their things, chat down a little bit, and then reconvene at 12:15. Does that make sense? It is.
So what's the time now?
It is 11:53 right now.
Okay, so about 20 minutes, and then we get going again. Is that all right? And I think when we kick off afterwards, we'll start with the Richmond presentation.
Yes.
Talk through that.
Yes.
There's some Cokes over there in the cooler if anybody wants to drink.
Yeah, so water there. I think there's a fountain out there, Cokes in the bucket, and are these named with the handing out?
Yes, folks online will reconvene at 12:15. 12:15.
Any comments online or anything that's come in?
Just a couple. This study does appear to be putting the maintenance dollars more in the same vein as SGR. And then fluctuating maintenance funding based on a need/condition instead of lane miles adds a lot of complexity to the budget. Just all good comments.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll capture all those after this as well, make sure we note all those down, so.
Got it, okay.
Okay, so, City of Richmond, got a discussion. So thank you for that. Thank you for coming and sharing that.
If I can stand here, because I can face the camera.
Sure. Just let me know when to.
You can see me.
Sure. Just let me know when to progress.
Should I come out of there because you can see my sign?
Sure. Wherever you're most comfortable.
I think I'm good here. Good afternoon. I'm M. Kara, City Engineer from City of Richmond. And first, I'd like to say thank you to you for the opportunity to present City of Richmond perspective of our annual street maintenance payment and the asset management conditions of the streets and bridges of the City of Richmond. When we will go through it, this presentation, a lot of you may say that, hey, we have the same situation. So it's just a case, you can take that. And I also like to say thank you to VDOT for the opportunity and conducting a baseline analysis of the streets and bridges maintained by urban localities and towns for SB 30 and also as recommended by JLOC report to Governor and General Assembly late 2021. Number of things I'm going to make statement towards will be referring to JLOC report. So, and before I go to the second slide, I have 15 to 20 minutes and I'm going to wrap it up in 15 to 20 minutes so that I can give the rest of the time back to Ross yourself. I appreciate sharing the study overview earlier with us, that one page sheet. And if you see that on 2012 report, it says that their recommendations were recommendations for the effective and equitable distribution of maintenance funds. That was 2012. 2013, its conclusion was local arterial pavement is generally in the same or worse condition than single roadway VDOT, and we're going to discuss that. 71 of 86 localities receive maintenance funds are spending more on maintenance than received from VDOT. Urbanized streets are not necessarily the same as VDOT maintained streets. Possible causes are age, quality of construction, utility conflicts, and even the data is available. This is still an incomplete picture. Though I said that the 2012 and 30 reports, it still applies today. And we need to take it, what we did not do on that 2013 study, let's do it now. That's what we need to carry on from this point on. You're already ahead of me, so.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I'm going to spend 15 to 20 minutes.
I'm not, that's not on purpose, Kara.
Just the purpose of our presentation is the City of Richmond uses asset management approach in prioritizing and funding our transportation asset maintenance needs. And we propose same to do in making annual state maintenance payment to localities. That's what our proposal is. Should be need-based, as recommended by JLOC study. Present state maintenance payment to localities, urban localities, and the formula-based approach is decades old. It's from mid-90s. Does it apply even today? When especially we are talking about Commonwealth and maintenance for state, that's the state's motto. And another JLOC statement, state funding does not fully cover the cost to maintain local roads and bridges. That's statement from 2021. And you may say,
it still applies, it's up to you. And then our goal is to localities, urban localities and towns to have an adequate share of the state funds prioritizing maintenance as recommended by JLR's report. Just for your information, from the same report, locality maintained roads are in poorer condition than VDOT maintained 67% versus 83%. That's the data. Richmond district, city of Richmond bridges itself, we are about 12 to 13% structure deficient as of today. And comparing to Commonwealth, that is about 4%, within 4% of structure deficient. So you can see the disparity. Again, urban locality maintains 15% of the road network and about 7% of the bridges. That is the data. Facts. So how we are handling 15% of road network and 7% of our bridges. Next, please. This slide is just to bring to the attention that how much state money we received, state payment we received in 2019, 20, 21, and as per Weldon Cooper survey, how much we reported we spending and how much we spent more and over and above that what we got state payment. And if you can see that first FY22 Weldon Cooper survey is in progress right now. It will be due in March, so that's one of the reasons you don't see FY22 data in here. But we only went 3 years back. In last 3 years, City of Richmond received 28 million, and then $28 million. In 3 years, the increase is 1.8%. And you can factor in inflation and all these other things, and that if this rate that we received is to the what you call the keeping the market and other things in mind. And then you see that in Weldon Cooper survey, we spent $18 to $20 million more, about 60%, 66% more than what we received state maintenance payment. And that's data we reported. And so where this $20 million per year that we spent over and above what we received from state come from? You all will be urban localities looking into the same thing. It comes from your general obligation bond. You have to put the bonds out. You have to put even your special fund, not state fund, but your own fund. And those are already competing with your education, social services, and other public safety needs like a fire, emergencies, and libraries, all these other services cities provide. So those funding is funneled from there to roads that to make the gap. That's where we are asking, we need to look into how we not tap into other services, but stay what we are supposed to based on the tax, based on the local tax, other taxes that fuel tax that we pay. It comes back, let's get it from the top, or off the top, maintenance first. So, next please. This gives you some idea in relation to the same. The blue line, you see that this is a number that you see the state budget payment to localities, not Richmond, state budget payment to the localities from so many years. Over time, and in FY21 is about $440 million, someone can correct me, but in the range, ballpark. And then the orange line at the bottom is that what City of Richmond receives each year from back to all the way 2021, in 21 by $28 million. Then we put the next one, yellow one on top is what we spent with $20 million more. It's just a Richmond example, not any other locality. We said that if we use that $20 million that we spent from other sources, if we have received this state payment, what should be the state's part coming to the localities, not Richmond only. So the blue becomes a gray, meaning that state needs to add $275 million in 2021 number. So total program should be 440 plus 275, about 700 million per year for urban localities to fairly address our needs. So quantity that we need to increase our part. I'm not saying that it's only on urban localities, because this forum is to hear about urban localities, but state also, VDOT. VDOT needs more maintenance too. And we need more maintenance. We need to work together as a team to increase the part from the top. And then how we could put some kind of fire, this barriers that we should not be tapped into construction and moved out, and before we go to construction, going back to maintenance first. And that's more like a general assembly or some VDOT policies that we need to all work together, VDOT and us together. So, next please. I'm not going to go everything, but just for your information, City of Richmond was chartered in 1742. And a lot of our infrastructure is 100-year-old. And we have 1,836 moving lane miles, sidewalk 835 miles. We have over 120,000 trees that we need to maintain, 84 structures, 521 signals, street lights 43,000, and drainage pipes, number of storm inlet, bike lanes over 62 miles that we are heading towards 100 miles pretty soon in next 4 or 5 years, and the trails. So if you see that these are the facts, these are the data. And let's look into the next slide, how we dive into other detail. Like as 2013 report from VDOT said that urban localities are different. Yes, they are different. They recognize, and we recognize. We said that so many years ago, and again, we have to maintain an urban localities a lot more than anywhere else. Our needs are different. It needs to be looked upon the same way. That we have curb and gutter, sidewalk, ADA ramps, just for your information, and we are adding 400 ADA ramps each year that needs maintenance in the life cycle asset management point of view. Street lights, just for example, street lights in Richmond, we have to spend about 20% of our state maintenance money budget towards street lights, 20%. And that's we need to have it for the safety and public safety, secure, and also travel safety, those kind of things. So urban localities are different. We may not have in Bhutan and Apohagan some lights in there, but Richmond had to have it. So those are the trees, signals, street parking. You have to have street parking in urban localities. Otherwise, you cannot do business, commerce. And our pavements are different. Sometimes we have cobblestone, sometimes we have asphalt, brick pavers, those, and public transportation, BRT lanes. You have bus shelters, those kind of things, bike infrastructure. And the biggest thing is the maintenance of traffic during construction. That is a huge thing in Richmond. Managing traffic in Broad Street, paving one lane, adds up a huge amount than counties. So we have a higher volume of traffic in the daytime. About our population grows about 30 to 40% or even more in the day. People work here and then leave, but we need to address because we are providing jobs. Our localities are providing jobs, and state, federal offices need to take care of that. Next, please. Our bridge infrastructure is average bridge is over 45 to 50-year-old. And the biggest thing that affects us is utilities. And our public utilities are private utilities together. It should not be only public and private utilities. We have generally 3,000 utility cuts a year, mean average 8.5 cuts every day. Can you sustain those kind of impact? Can you not do it? Say that I'm not going to let you cut the street because you have to serve the public. That's what this transportation system is for, to give access. And that's the kind of thing we need to keep in mind, that the utility cuts will be there even if we have strong and very hard city-owned policies. We are even doing more on that, but it will not be avoidable. So please keep that in mind. ADA requirements, the commuting and travel patterns, port traffic, they all are some of you that go through that on daily basis. Again, that 71 or 70 of 86 urban localities that said before, they spend more than what they see. Please, next one. This is just a picture. I'm not going to go through it, but you see that there is a parking, it's a network of utilities under it, and it's not only water, sewer, gas, and those, but it's all a kind of internet network that everyone needs to have it to perform these days. We need to have fiber optics, and Verizon, Dominion, everything is what you see out there. We need to address with bike lanes, sidewalk. They are a lot more than just addressing pavement and bridges. So to me, please look into that. Next, please. I'm just a very quick comparison of urban versus suburban. It's a 7th Street at Broad Street. You may have traveled in the city, and you will see that. And then the second one is the Henrico County's Cox Road and Broad Street. The same Broad Street, the same principal arterial road. But you will see the difference in the first and second one, where it's a crosswalk, we have is 2,400 square feet. We have 12 manholes in the pavement and gas and water valves. And then we have parking, street lights that if you compare that on the suburban, you have to see that what the difference is. What they maintain, what urban localities maintain. So we have to keep those in mind when we are coming up with analysis in the next few months, please. Next one. Just asset management point of view, that I will say that back in 2018, we had this rating, poor and very poor, just like the bridges. They made it very simple, and we made this very simple for the public point of view. We still have the PCI, CCI 6 or 7 different ratings, but we combined into 3 so public can understand, hey, here is poor, here is fair, and here is good and bad. So if you see that the poor is about 31%, and then good or bad is 35%. You see a lot of red, and then a lot of less green in that map. And but please, that's we all understand, safe and passable streets are not a luxury. They are a core necessity to all and everyone. Next, please. In today's condition, 2022, when we were spending money, like I shown you in 2019, we influxed $19 million from our own CAT, $20 million in 2021, and the same in 2022. We just finished 2022, and you see that our rating has gone up because of we have to put a lot of money. And from 2018, 31% good or better, now we are at 64% good or better in 5 years, funding those additional funds from the city CIT that came from that competing with other sources. And you can see the difference now. There's more green than that. Why we did this one? Because 2018, city has taken a survey, citizen survey, citywide, and there's 73% of our respondents. They said that we are dissatisfied with the maintenance of streets and sidewalk in city of Richmond. They are not meeting our minimum standards. So all of a sudden we have to do something because public is asking us. And so mayor and council start moving some money since 2019 so they can have a better citizen survey and satisfaction rating on that. That speaks about it, that how it is changing. We wish this would have come from state working together, but it came from taking money from education, like other public safety needs and other things. Next, please. And paving program impacts, how this impacted overall. If you see that our claims under that, I know it's very small, but you can see that the graph also, since 2019 to 2022, our claims dropped from 273 annually to 92 annually. And our pothole request on city streets has been reduced from 4,600 to 1,746 annually. That's a huge change. That's what the public wanted. That's what the taxpayer or citizens of Richmond wanted. And what it did, it improved quality of life for the citizens and taxpayers. Keep in mind that mobility is good. We need a mobility on arterial roads. But quality of life depends on local streets. If you don't address that, people are not happy. So we need to have a balance between two of them. We need to move people, but at the same time, we need to address the need to get safely and without any claims and to the residences. Next, please. Richmond, that's another asset we're gonna discuss is the Richmond sidewalk. 835 miles of sidewalk in city of Richmond. We have to maintain it. And if you see that some of the sidewalks are very, very bad. And with some rating is about 6% or so, they are very poor, and another 32% they are in fair condition. They are going down if you don't address that. And city have to inject our own money, city CIP, about 2 million, 2.2 to 2.5 million per year since 2019 to meet expectations from the public or from the citizens. So that you see that after 19, 20, 21, and 22, 4 to 5 years, we injected that money, and that's where our rating got back. Next, please. Richmond bridges. Adam knows about this one because we submit this all the details to stage. And we have 84 structures. And if I have to put the asset value on this one, bridges alone is about $1 billion, that asset value. And if you go industry standard, that how much money you should be putting money aside for the maintenance and preservation for some tapping into life cycle analysis, it's about 1 to 2% of the. But because we are in this situation in this bridges where we have to have some bridges are over 100-year-old, we have put 2% of the asset value that we should be budgeting, about 20 million each year, just addressing bridges. And some of the bridges, they are very unique. And they need, like you all have traveled in city of Richmond. You all come as this is the capital of the Commonwealth. And you have gone over Mill Bridge, or call it Belvedere Bridge, MLK Bridge, then those Manchester Bridge. Those are not easy to maintain. Those are very high dollar to spend on maintenance and level of attention we need to give it to them. Next, please. This is just for your information. Our average age of bridge is 50 years, and 40% of structures are 50 years or older. They are 35 in number. And like I said before, we are 12 and some are called 30% structure deficient in city of Richmond, when national average is about less than 10%, and I think Commonwealth has reached to about 4% of SD. We are way, way behind, whether you call it SGR, whether you call it the state urban locality payments. We need to jump on preservation, just like we were saying that JLOP study said that, hey, the General Assembly changed the law to put in preservation, and so that SDR can go into level 5, you can distribute the money to them. Yes, that will help us not letting it go to structure deficient. And right now, 4 bridges are over 100-year-old, then need to be addressed. Next, please. Another major asset we have is traffic controls. We talked about sign and marking. Those, we have a lot more signs, wayfinding signs. We have to direct public to certain places, and it's at higher level than any rural localities or others, suburbans. And our marking needs are a lot more, whether it's a bus lane marking, whether it's a crosswalk marking, whether it's a parking, or those kind of things. And signals are very unique. We need to make sure that people visiting Commonwealth and commuting to and visiting, and they have a good experience and they are safe. And right now, that's where our signal system is such a high value, and it requires so much of more maintenance and money in it to keep traffic flowing so that no one can complain in the downtown. And bike lane is another one. We are reached at 62 miles of bike lanes in the city of Richmond, separated or buffered bike lanes. And we are targeting in next 4 or 5 years, we're gonna reach 100 miles of bike lanes in the city of Richmond, because Commonwealth wanted to, and we all wanted to be a multi-model cities and localities. So that's what we need to go after, multi-modal. GRPC, whether it's buses or transit or bikes. And then we have traffic calming that we have to address in the local system, residential system. So if you look into all these together, just for the upper, is requires about $17 million asset management approach point of view to address all these needs in just one area, traffic control. So going to for the next. We also have 120,000 street trees that needs to be pruned, that needs to be trimmed and removed or replanted. And we have about 43,000 street lights. Like I said, we are putting 20% of our state maintenance payment towards this one area, because we have to light Broad Street, Main Street, Cary Street, all these streets that you see, you need to be accessing, and other streets there. About 11,700 area rent and adding 400 every year on top, 193 million, and we have about roundabouts and circles together, that's 73 number. So they all need maintenance. They all need maintenance. Next, please. So what we recommend as City of Richmond, Virginia is a maintenance first state. Yes, that's great to have it, and that we need to follow that motto. State fully fund, we recommend that state fully fund VDOT and urban locality maintenance off the top, following system preservation and asset management approach. That's what we want this analysis to come in conclusion to. City maintenance funding allocation by state should reflect reality, considering cities' roles as a regional job center and challenges such as utility, pedestrian, bike, other public transportation needs. Again, the key point is that total part for VDOT and the city on the top needs to grow, working with the General Assembly or CTV and the way the state budget is allocated. I think we all need to work together, whoever in this room or virtually meeting today. This is everyone's job to have that maintenance part grow together so that we can have a better disbursement. And I will say that our recommendation from this point on is localities, all of us, both virtually and in person, we all work together with VDOT to amend the Code of Virginia to change how maintenance payments are disbursed to cities and towns to better align payments with our maintenance need. And also amend the state code to allow SDR funds on bridges to put it on fair condition rating 5, so the preservation first approach is implemented. And right now it's not allowing that. And next, please. What I went through, whether it's called pavement, whether it's called bridges, or 10 other things that challenges are going to look at the face that we still have to maintain. If I have to add these together, I tell you that our, based on the life cycle, based on the asset management approach, we should have about $65 million per year in a city like Richmond. I'm not talking about anyone else. $65 million per year. How much we spend? We spend about $49 million per year. Still gap. How much we receive? About $28 million. So this tells your story. You know that what to do after that. It's not our story. It's your story. Everyone, I'm going to show that you're going to facing the same thing that what we are facing. At this time, I think my 20 minutes is over. And thank you.
Yeah.
Let me have one thing I recognize, a team that worked with me is Kenny Horak for payment manager, Mike Sawyer, our city transportation engineer, Dr. John Kim, he's virtually attending, he's a city bridge engineer, and lastly, Chad Phillips, our asset manager. So thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, Kara. That's very interesting. A lot of good data. Kara mentioned the legislative language you're suggesting. I just want to remind what I said earlier. You know, we're going to look at needs, identify the amount of needs. Whatever money we have, we're going to recommend a formula, whatever the formula may be, to distribute those funds. The report won't recommend where that revenue comes from. So, you know, we'll stay in our lane here. But that's certainly a discussion our localities can have amongst themselves with the legislators and so forth. So just want to make sure that's clear, but we hear you loud and clear, Kara.
Thank you. And just while I saw that $2 billion number, so I thought I'd check our inventory, and you guys are right on there. The replacement value of Richmond's bridges is at high level estimate 1.96 billion, so we're within 0.5%. So hats off to whoever did that estimation.
Excellent. So yes, thank you for that. Any questions or comments or thoughts from that presentation?
I have a question about the gap, the 275 million. Is that based on your gap, or is that based on the gap, the average gap of all localities?
City of Richmond. We said that we took the graph as is, that we are spending $49 million, $20 million more than what we see in 21 figure. We said we apply the same. We have 7% of the money of state level budget for urban locality. So that 7% we apply the remaining to that, so that come up with this another 275 million.
The short gap is the largest gap of any locality, of any.
It's just an example. It's just a case study.
And I can see why, by the way. If you go around this state, it's pretty easy to see Richmond's a more complicated, urban locality than almost any other locality in Richmond. So you're really not indicative of everyone. You're a little bit different. All those statistics were quite good, very true, but that's not the same in every locality like that. So.
But this is Renee from Leesburg. Even though we're a smaller jurisdiction, we have a population of about 50,000, and I'm only dealing with about 272 lane miles. I still have the same street lights. I still have traffic signals. I still have sidewalks. I still have the handicap ramps. I have everything that Richmond as the city has, just on a smaller scale. I have maybe 2 lane miles within my jurisdiction that are shoulder section. So I'm dealing with 11,000 storm inlets. I have 305 miles of storm drainage pipes, plus the water line, sanitary sewer, all of the utilities, everything that affects my roadways that don't affect state highway system type roads. And I know Harrisonburg, Newport News, Virginia Beach, all of them are in the same situation as a Richmond. We're just a smaller microcosm of that.
I get it, and I don't doubt that everyone has all those same issues. What I'm pointing to, I've been looking at this for years, this survey, and Richmond has been an outlier compared to everyone else from the very beginning. Leesburg gets, it'd be a great explanation if you could say why you're getting, and I think I'm reading right, it's hard on this phone right now because I got it in front of me. You get 3.7 million in 21 or 2019. I put 2019. 3.73 million, and I believe you spent 4 million, 4.0. That's not the same ratio as Richmond's 28 to 40.
It's not, and a lot of that comes down to staffing not keeping up with the amount of lane mile increase. So I don't have the ability to do that. If I had the staffing to do that, and the town didn't have to cover the difference, I have needs that far outstrip what I'm able to do with the funding that I get. And yes, I only spent $500,000 more because that's all I can get from my tax base. I'm not looking at general obligation bond type funding to be able to do my maintenance obligations unless it's a complete road rebuild. I'm looking at a tax base. So one penny on the tax rate is about $850,000, $900,000 in the town of Leesburg. My overall operation budget beyond what I get from VDOT is about $7 million to count trees, streetlights. I mean, I can't keep up, and it's hard to put it in this perspective of a jurisdiction the size of Richmond, because I don't have the amount of resources that a city of Richmond does.
I will agree with you, Renee, that whether small locality, big locality, problems are the same. It's the same, proportion is different, but you have to address the same challenges, same issue. Why we could do a general obligation bond? Because when we saw that some of the primary roads, we could not mill and overlay with the state maintenance money, we have to inject for mill and overlay, that's a capital kind of construction. The sidewalk, we capitalize that construction because it was totally remove and removal, not maintenance. So those are kind of things, we have to spend more money if you have arterial road come up at the level, move from 35% to 62 or 66%.
A lot of that's fiscal policy too, that is set by your elected leaders on what you're allowed to go after capital bonding for, that in city versus town as well makes a difference.
Because citizens spoke, they say you are not doing enough for us. So that's what the council have to put more money in this area for the city. But if we have more money from state, when tax, motor sale tax and all these other taxes, we don't need to have wait for city council to do that. We are getting a confirmed, a sustained source of funding that we can keep putting every year in future.
And the same thing is, this is Kenny from the city of Richmond as well. With all the US and Virginia streets in Virginia, in the city of Richmond, if we waited on the 1.5 million, they would fall apart before we ever got paid. So we have to influx from the city's funding to cover those streets as well.
We talk about ratios that the first cities talk about, but what is a penny sales tax in Richmond? Anybody know? I bet it's more than 250,000 like it is in Danville. So when you talk about ratios, you're spending $20 million extra. You also have the tax base to draw from that to bond more and to make more repairs. So that is not an equitable approach to it. Just to say we have 20 million and you have $1 billion extra. It may be 20 times the tax base, which is, if we want to talk equitable. But any adjustment we make in the formula is going to hit that same 70-30 that we saw in 2012. And that 70-30 basically broke out as to 30% going to larger cities in the state and 70% coming from smaller cities because of the inequitability. So when we start parsing it that way, it becomes more of a problem among ourselves than a problem to present to the legislature and to VDOT to better allocate it from the top and cover these shortfalls. Otherwise, we lose the teamwork that we might otherwise get going.
Yes, no, I think we have to go together. With VDOT and cities, all cities, urban localities go together for the bigger part of money. The 70-30, you mentioned that that if we go with a moving lane mile out of that formula, some locality may be penalized. And look into JLOT report. They clearly said that to the state, hold harmless. So you cannot reduce the funding that locality is receiving. You can increase for that, but you cannot make give less than what they are receiving. So they need to get their fair share and more inflation, those what is needed. So we need to follow those kind of what JLOT has recommended so well.
I also think that once we have the condition data as well, I think this will be a really big conversation to have to say, Richmond is spending this much more on their maintenance budget. And let's take a look at the data and see what it says.
And also that I have, whoever I sent this electronically, I sent 40 slides, not 20, 40 slides. Other 20 slides are, please review when you have a chance, because that are more asset management based data that we collected, how we distributed then have a lot more information that can, just like you said, that will let you know what else we are doing, so you can tap into.
We'll send the total presentation out to everyone, and then a summary of the conversations after this.
Send out your presentation also, right?
The whole thing here, the whole gamut, and the link to our culvert study, or I think is what we've
I'm
got.
worried about something though, in this, and that Virginia Beach gentleman, who kind of alluded to. So take Norfolk, it's the same amount of money as Richmond, pretty close. And probably someone said, there's something going on, because Norfolk every year doesn't spend very much more than what they get. Richmond does a lot, so there's something potentially more. If you just come back with pavement condition, maybe even bridge condition, there's something more going on here potentially. That's why Richard having to spend more money than Norfolk. And maybe it's a more complicated system. Kind of think about knowing Norfolk. I've been down there a lot. I know Richmond. It seems to me visually, Richmond is more complicated than Norfolk. Even though there's a lot of water problems, I don't think maybe they have the same bridge issues. Even though there's always water, maybe they're interstates, maybe they're stuff, tunnels that are maintained by the state, more of that, and not the city. I don't know. There's something going on between. Why is there a big difference between Richmond and Norfolk?
Politics.
That's just it? I mean, I don't know.
That's some of it, but I think another, Virginia Beach, I think another factor in that is the Weldon Cooper is what you're basing that off of.
Is that inaccurate?
Everybody knows what gets distributed out. I mean, VDOT publishes it, it's on the website. They used to put out, I'm not sure if they still do, the expenditures, reported expenditures from the Weldon Cooper. The Weldon Cooper directions kind of, they're good, they're bad. They can be interpreted a number of different ways, and I don't think there's any municipality in here that reports it exactly the same. I'm thinking that Norfolk probably doesn't report some of the things that other municipality does, just based off of that.
Very good point.
Because, how much time, the Weldon Cooper is drained. We were talking about that during the break. It takes a lot of effort to, don't get me wrong, you have to do it. You got to be accountable for your dollars you're spending. But reporting on that is a lot of work. And once you reach a certain point, I was looking at ours this morning, we typically spend 20, 30+% more than what we get and what we report in Weldon Cooper. I could go a lot further than that. If I wanted to really dig in the weeds, you could, but if we could get a little clearer definitions in the Weldon Cooper reporting requirements, I think that would help municipalities maybe clear it to make the data perhaps a little better.
Renee from Leesburg, and to that point, those that have deeper benches in their staff within Public Works have the ability to pull more of that data together to show more of their expenses than some of the smaller jurisdictions that don't have the ability to spend the time to pull as much of that data together to put it in report. Okay, you hear from the bigger jurisdictions, you have an asset manager, you have a GIS team of people, and a lot of the smaller jurisdictions don't have that. You may have 1 or 2 people within the department that have access to that data, but they're also wearing 4 other hats. So when it comes time for them to do the Weldon Cooper, they're pulling together the base necessity of the information to submit.
Hey, Yolanda.
That has a lot to do with it.
So where do I go get it?
And these challenges are not dissimilar to other places everywhere else, right? And even here within the Commonwealth, within VDOT, we have different levels of information and data about some assets than we do about others, and we're better able to illustrate that. I think one thing that was really important, I think that was important on that comprehensive review process, is they would have present the data and the information. So I know that, you talk about, I understand those challenges in terms of reporting through Weldon Cooper and doing that sort of reporting. Part of, I think, going through this process is raising some of those concerns, but also recognizing we're going to put forward any sort of case for anything, it needs to, supporting it with data and having that sort of information available makes it a lot more clearer and a lot more convincing. So
Consistency in the data as well, with better instruction on what should be in the well computer so that everybody that's in this meeting understands exactly what we're supposed to be reporting, so that we're doing it as similar as we can.
Also, when you compare to other states, our funding, you are aware that Virginia is one of 4 states that is very different from all the other states. That, you know, the state maintains the secondary roads. And in California, the localities maintain the secondary roads.
they do everything. Yeah. So yes, it's very different.
Yeah.
Just as across the state, things are very different. We've touched on that a little bit today, and this discussion about, you know, the larger municipalities and more rural communities. I mean, those challenges exist within VDOT and what you guys are talking about and everywhere. So that, you know, these are system challenges. Okay. What time do we have till?
We have till 2:30, but it's 1 o'clock now.
Okay.
So we have
So
plenty
a
of time.
little bit more discussion. What I was going to do was, if we could get back to the legislative, I don't know if it's an ask or a tell, sort of questions that have been posed. Really, all we have left to do is just to get more feedback from this group that might help guide or influence what we do over the next few months. So that's why this session is really important to us. And, you know, so that's why this discussion we just had then was really good. So, you know, someone's showing what they've got and what they're doing and what they're thinking is, and others having a different perspective. So we want to try and, if there's more of that we can get, then we want to listen to it and hear that. So you can use it going forward. So I guess what I was just going to do was touch on each of these 4 items, sort of guide us through a discussion here, and see if anyone had any further comments to raise on these items. Okay. So the first one here is about an assessment of the current conditions of pavements and bridges on city-maintained streets. So some of the things we've heard already is this is not just about pavements and bridges. Okay. That there's all these other things, some great examples we saw there with, you know, you obviously have good inventory of all the different pieces you have. You know, there's a lot of different other stuff here. It's not just about pavements and bridges.
The question will be here, how are you going to factor other components? They are also major assets like the traffic control system. You are not gathering data on, and not sidewalk, not bike lanes. Those are the integral part of the street. If you are getting condition rating and only pavement and bridges, you need to have some factor for other 10 things to embed in it that make a whole. Otherwise, there will be always a gap that you're not addressing.
For sure. And we're recognizing that, I mean, again, we have to rely on the Weldon Cooper reporting, right? So that gives us an indication of what is getting spent on pavements and bridges. And we can illustrate what part of that, you know, there's administration cost on top of that. There's all these other pieces. That's one piece of data we have to show what pavements and bridges is of the total whole, right? So we can talk about that and we can communicate that and explain how that's only part of it.
So I think, and this is Ross with the Local Assistance Division. So I think what I'm hearing you say, and I had already written it down, Kara, is, you know, even previously when we looked at the formula, we looked at other ways to look at the formula. We looked at the AADT, we looked at width, we looked at population, we looked at all these things. I think maybe, are you asking, how do we incorporate those other things into this, you know, that we're not tracking, you know, like, and that would be one thing I would ask is if we're going to look at other ways to come up with how you make the payments, you know, what are we missing that we haven't done in the past? You know, we looked at those things. I mean, you're making those other assets you have. So my question would be to you is, is how could we factor those things in, knowing that we don't have that specific data? Or is there any, we've got to find, it's one thing to say how you're going to do it, another thing to say, I don't know how we're going to do it, but how can we do it?
I think you have a great suggestion, use the relevant people survey, but that will be also marginalized for the region because you could not gather data from each and everything, and your relevant people survey is not what actually it should be. And because in a peer direction, we may have a relevant Cooper 28 million versus $49 million, $20 million more, but these work may not have that. So if you look into that, for Richmond, you can look into that. That will factor in curb and gutter, sidewalk, other things, that's what we do, but maybe not for all localities. So that's a question still remains.
I agree. Yeah. And so it can give an indication of what's going on, but what's getting spent is not always an indication of need, right? So there's a difference there. So we need to communicate that as well.
Need should be asset management approach, not what we're spending.
That's right. And it's hard for us to, when you look at other agencies and they want to bring these other assets into their asset management program, you need to understand what you have, which is not easy for all these things, right? And what your needs are, what your condition, what the future condition is. To be able to express those needs requires a lot of information. And we have to do the best with what we have today. Right? So we have to think about that. We have to acknowledge that perhaps we're not capturing it all and try and look at ways to communicate.
One way that it was certain locality are capturing it, like City of Richmond, and showing you in the Burton Cooper survey, whatever the percentage comes, apply the same percentage to everything. Average rather than you're not going to have these, but collect all the data for curb and gutter, for street light, trees, medians, roads. They may not be able to. They may not be able to on Harrisonburg because they have to spend a lot of money to get that. So localities that already doing that, like Virginia Beach may be doing that because they are way ahead of us. So those kind of things you can use that, apply percentage to them.
Yeah, you can, but I think I think we recognize that there are similar assets in other places, but so the intensity of somewhere like Richmond is different to other parts of Virginia, I would say. So you can think about that, and we can use that as an example, but it's not always a direct comparison.
And another thing I would say that in this bill, it says that the review of current formula. When you are reviewing the current formula, are you going to recommend the same formula again based on some adjustment, or are you going to look into independent of current formula? That what other way we can have state maintenance payment to localities, not just a formula, just moving lane miles. Moving lane miles is one part. I think we are not covering a lot of others if we just stick with the formula.
Yeah,
that's a 1985 formula.
And so that part of that is looking at what others are doing, right? So are there new ways of doing this, new ways of assessing it? I think we need to consider those and see how they would apply.
So one from Rick from Danville, he's got a very good point in that the Weldon Cooper only reflects what that city's priorities are. Someone who doesn't have a GIS is not prioritizing their trees, or they're not prioritizing their landscaping or their sidewalks because they don't have a good grasp on what the need is, much less actually applying any funds to it. So if a city is focusing on their bridges and their asphalt, it's usually at the expense of all the other assets. So Richmond has addressed, sounds like most of their facilities, the traffic signals have a good handle on it. But by using the Weldon Cooper for any kind of modification of the formula, it doesn't take into account the different cities' approach to their spending of the assets that they could generate from their real estate taxes or bonding, or even what they spend their VDOT funds on, what their priorities are. So without having some standard of whether it's Richmond or some other city, then it really isn't going to be that equitable to use just the Weldon Cooper. And the Weldon Cooper is, you can interpret traffic signals in 3 different places. You can interpret landscaping and side median maintenance and administration. Probably administration can go into all of the categories. So it depends on where you put your funding in which category, and that will skew the numbers badly on the Weldon Cooper. We have a debate every year about where does the administration of certain tasks go, or the fact that we prioritize street striping every year, we try and get them striped. On some cities, may not do that, but every 3 years. It skews the numbers tremendously. And I don't know what Richmond's priorities are on some of that stuff.
Can someone tell me that when the last time Weldon Cooper survey has been defined?
2012.
For training.
Huh? I don't think so, because the same form I see now, I was seeing about 20 years ago. And not someone had a time to look into, just like Renee, you are asking from this book, make it more user-friendly, make clarify, identify, so what should not, but I don't think anyone had touched it from last 20 years. So this is still data in, seeing data out. If you're not putting in, you're not getting out.
So Mike Sawyer, City of Richmond, I just have a point about the assessment. It seems like we have a centralized process trying to go after a decentralized problem. Each city is going to be unique, each town is going to be unique. And one of the things that I would recommend for the future, if we were doing this back in 2012 and someone's going to do it again in 2032, we need to make sure that the data flows that we have are going to a point. That point needs to be a repository in the state. And that way they'll have the better data a decade from now to make these decisions, more informed decisions. So part of the funding for maintenance needs to go to addressing that data flow. I know from speaking for the city of Richmond, we have tremendous amount of data. But if you just look on the VDOT dashboard, it just says VDOT system. How are we going to incorporate that so that we're shown on the dashboard just like the VDOT system is?
That's a good point. So we've touched on a lot of these different things here. Anything more on the current formula? There's a range of different things that are suggested up there that should be tackled. We've talked already about a lot more that could or should be considered.
I was going to make that same point. Really, the current formula is very simple. It's not. It doesn't include all those age, condition, vehicle, miles traveled, etc. So really, the current formula is, as I understand it, two different sets of lane miles, local and primary, what do you call them? Arterials. And then it's just bumped up by the amount of the state maintenance budget. So that's basically the current formula. You add to it, you get more lane miles, individual localities. It doesn't have anything to do with anything else other than that. It used to have this very complex, back in the 80s, maybe 90s, got changed to the growth in VDOT. But it used to be this complicated index of expense, of cost increases, which didn't work either. This was applied, uniformly to everything.
Let me add on that, this is Kara again. Current formula does not include parking lane. Current formula does not include the ramps, left turn lanes, right turn lanes. All they include is moving lane miles that move the traffic, not left, not right, not ramp, not parking. So how are we going to do without, you cannot just pave 2 lanes and leave the both sides not paving it. In local streets, you have a 20 or 30 feet section where people park and then have 1 lane each direction. You cannot just have 1 lane, not 8 feet on both sides pave it. Why those kind of streets, when we are getting payment, we are penalized? So that's why we're saying the base here, the formula itself, may not be right to work on.
I think you'll have all the larger localities agreeing with you on that, and all the smaller ones are going to be taking there.
Yeah, Tom Harrisonburg. So, I look at the current formula as just It was just an agreeable way to cut up the pot, right? That's all they did. Well, how do we got this bucket of money, how are we gonna divvy it amongst the state? Let's just do lane miles. Okay, we do lane miles. It doesn't have anything to do with 8-foot lanes, 12-foot lanes, turn lanes, sidewalk. It didn't have anything to do with any of that. It was just how you would cut the pie up, distribute across the state, versus what we're talking about now is a complete change to make it based on condition of assets, where it's way more than, like I said before, way more than just pavement. So I think it's going to be very complex and you're probably not going to get it done in 8 months or 4 months.
Yes, we are.
Well, then we're coming back to Richmond a lot because I think you have to include. And how am I going to rate a traffic signal versus how is Leesburg going to rate a traffic signal? I might say, well, I want to make sure I do my structure inspections, my foundation inspections, my MMU conflict monitors, my opticom's working. All that's I'm gonna have to grade all of that, and then it's gonna get a condition. Then VDOT's gonna have to agree with that condition assessment. And then we're not doing CCI for pavement. We're not doing NBI. We're not doing the bridge conditions. We're doing traffic signal conditions. We're doing thermoplastic condition, pavement marking conditions, sidewalk conditions, drainage conditions. And are we gonna build all of that into a metric, into a formula that then brings money to the city? If not, then why are you going to jeopardize it with just one asset?
The answer to that is no. We're not going to do that. So I think this speaks to your comment about where do we want to be in the future, right? So to get to that point, maybe that's 10 years down the road. And maybe it's not all those things. Maybe there's 2 or 3 other things you might want to add, right? Because they're important. And that's, in other places they'll have tiers, different tiers of assets, right? So pavements, bridges, and maybe something else are their top tier, and then the next tier they know less of. You have a general idea about, and you have different understandings of things.
Right, but then how do you put funding to that?
Before we can do funding, you need to be able to assess everything the same way, right? To be able to distribute fairly to people. So we're not going to be able to add all these different assets to add into a data-driven formula if we don't have the data to support it today, right? But it may be something we want to be in the future, so we might give some consideration to that. But we're still going to have to rely on what we can do based on what information we have today. Okay.
Rob Crandall with the Maintenance Division. I'll share with you. VDOT is working towards kind of an enterprise MMS approach where we're trying to keep up with all of our assets, what they are, where they are, how much do they cost to maintain on what cycle of performance. It's huge. It is so huge, and it's hard to keep up with. We do have metrics for those other things. Bridges and pavements have been the 2 800-pound gorillas in the room for obvious reasons. But if you go back on VDOT's website or CTB's website, you can find copies of presentations that we've made, and we talk about pavements, we talk about bridges, and then we talk about routine maintenance. And we have 10 right now. That's probably going to grow. Different assets like mowing grass and unpaved roads, trees, all these things that are just routine maintenance. And what are our metrics internally for those? We do have some conversations about, well, what do they cost? Where do we want to be with each of those? And that's kind of the discussion you're having. I tell you all that to do 2 things. One, to acknowledge, I think we can appreciate what you're suggesting because we live it too, and suggest to you, if you have interest, to go find those presentations that we as staff have given to the CTB on our metrics and things for those routine maintenance items. If you can't find it or you want help finding it, feel free to reach out to me and we can help you get to that. Garrett, the same way. I do have to check out, ironically enough, to talk about things like that at a meeting at 2, but I'll leave a couple business cards here if somebody wants to lean on me to find those presentations.
I know before you leave, in general, this is Kara again. Want to make a statement here. We should have lessons learned from 2013 report. it concluded all these 8 bullets. And then recommendation said after concluding, we agree, all 7 bullets. And then it said, make no change in current methodology to make street maintenance payment to city. Continue to track overall system performance and monitor progress and assess needs in coming years. Did we do that from last 10 years? Maybe not. So to me, we are responding to the minute bill to say check box, we did, but this time we do check box. We need to do a better concluding and that recommendation that makes a difference. So after 10 years, not someone like me say that why did they do 13 and they 23? What's the difference in 33? Just like myself. I think that's an opportunity for all of us to look into what we should do together. But not do the same thing like we did in 13. Nothing.
And so an example there might be that discussion we had about Weldon Cooper reporting, right? So if there is an ability to get more or better information by having more consistent information by doing something about it, maybe there's something in there that's an example of one thing that could be in a better place in the future.
We don't know about others, but the City of Richmond is open. Our asset manager, Chad Phillip, is online virtually. Please meet with him, not to take what he's doing, at least to know what he's doing. That you may know a lot more than what Richmond is doing.
Mike Sawyer, City of Richmond, one more time. Total asset management need is going to be determined by for pavement and bridges, correct? We have a total number for those 2 aspects, right? Is that the goal?
Yeah, we're going to look at where we stand today and what does the future look like.
Okay. And so then part of the formula should be to figure out what all those other assets are. And I think we mentioned that Weldon Cooper may provide some information there. But you applied an additional multiplier to that to get a total estimated need of all the different assets based upon what you know with bridges and pavement, right? And then you can start to make it. I'm more concerned about that number than I am about what it's divided by. I'll go with whatever you need to divide it by, whether it's moving lane miles or whatever it may be. That's just the widget to distribute the funds. Total asset management need is the number that is the most important.
So I want to say 3 things on that. I don't see anywhere in here that talks about the total need, right? So and that comes back to Russ's point that he said that this talks about the distribution of what we've got. Okay, so that's what we need to answer. But we are looking at, with data that we've got available, what do we know about what's coming in the future? How can we communicate a need? We have to be very careful about what we communicate and make sure we can substantiate it, right? So otherwise you can get yourself in trouble. But where we can, we want to try to express it. And Richmond's given us some good examples today of using data-driven approach to try and identify some needs. Okay, so where we can do that. I think that comes back to the point Russ has made a couple of times, is this is about the distribution bit and whether we can make an improvement there. And what I've heard today is that it's on all of us to work together to address how do we demonstrate the need and get funded for that. Okay.
We have a question online. Is condition interpreted as need? Like if we have a poor condition, I assume that's it. Yes.
Is it interpreted as need? To me, a need is $1. And potentially there's a need there. We've also had a bit of discussion today about when we're managing a network, there's always going to be stuff in good condition and poor condition. Right? So that's just how we're doing asset management and doing that. The simple answer is yes, but I guess I'm making it a little bit more complex. It's not that straightforward.
So I'm throw something in. When I'm looking at a situation like this, a lot of times I like to kind of stop and just back up and say, am I truly looking at the whole picture? or have I got blinders on and just seeing a small part of it? So one of the things I've been searching for 30 years, I've never been able to get my hands on, is how does the department treat itself in this whole issue of maintenance? How much money does the department allocate to maintenance areas to maintain roads? And obviously there's a whole, I mean, you go from Wise County, there's probably 5,000 people in the whole county, all the way up to Fairfax County. It's by far the largest locality anywhere in the Commonwealth, and probably adds urban more area than most any of our cities. When I look around, and I've watched the department for many years, the maintenance areas, they get money to maintain the roads. But guess what? They don't maintain the traffic signals because the district maintains the traffic signals. They generally don't paint the lines on the road because the district paints the lines on the road. We had to use our maintenance money to do all of that. So from a VDOT perspective, it seems there's a lot of other pots of money that they're drawing from to do a lot of the things that we're doing with our maintenance money. So my real question is, what does it cost in the Commonwealth of Virginia per area to maintain the roads as compared to what we're being given as a locality to maintain the roads? Are we comparable apples to apples? Are we grapes and oranges and pumpkins over here that we're not being compared to? So again, I think I understand the whole point of this particular bill language, but I think it's, if you're going to study it and you're going to look not only at today, but long term, we need to lay the entire picture out on the table. And I think that's a very key piece of information that has never been shared publicly.
This is Russ with Local Assistance. So what you're talking about is equity of funding across between VDOT and localities. Is the funding?
Well, right now, it's almost like the localities a little bit at each other.
Yeah, I hear you.
Big localities, little localities, medium localities. But again, there's a whole other half of this program that is not even in the picture. And that's how the Commonwealth of Virginia, the Department of Transportation, maintains the areas of its responsibility. And how does it compare to these urban programs? I think that's key.
And we did that back in with the first, initially that 2012 study or whatever, I think it was 2012. The whole point of that was there's not equity in the amount of money, not amongst the localities, but it was between VDOT and the urban localities. How much is VDOT spending on their roads versus how much we give localities per lane mile for their roads? That was the gist of the question. So we did a comprehensive analysis that to look at the expenditures per lane mile, and we tried to make it apples to apples the best we could across the whole state. And we came up with some numbers for Nova was way high, for the secondary roads up there versus the locals. And we looked at those things, but that's when we got into things are so different when you look at Chesterfield versus the city of Richmond. And maybe back then we were paying $3,900 a month, lane mile for Chesterfield, and Richmond was getting 14,000 or 12,000, whatever it was on their secondary roads. But so what? They're completely different roads. So that's when the methodology or the focus shifted from, well, you can't compare. It's hard to compare. And that's when we were all into devolution discussion and all those things way back when. If some of you were shaking your heads like, yeah, I remember that. You're trying to devolve the roads, and how much should a locality get if they took over their roads? And we found out, oh my God, if Fairfax County took over the roads and we gave them the same amount of money we give Richmond, oh my God, we go broke, sort of thing. So we looked at that. Now the way we've tracked money has changed over the years, and it's just the way the maintenance tracks the money. To your point exactly, that's a really hard thing to do now, just to say how much do we spend on this mile of road at VDOT. I don't know that it can be done. Our asset management folks would probably give you a better answer to that, but it's just the way we track things now makes it much more complicated. I think way back then, when you were on a road, there was a tag for it in the old FMS, old fiscal systems. You tag that road, and there you are. You can track it. We don't do it like that anymore. To your point, so we have looked at that, but that was really more the equity across VDOT and the secondaries, and that was pushed more from the secondaries, like the Chesterfields of the world. They're not here. We can pick on them. They were saying, you're not spending enough money on us. You're not spending the same money on us as you are giving to VDOT. And that's when we got into, well, no, we're not, but it's a different animal. We can't spend as much in Chesterfield as written.
So let's spin that around just a little bit different. Let's say January 1st, 2024, every locality in the Commonwealth of Virginia says, you know what, we're done. VDOT, here's our roads back, start maintaining. What would it take for the department to maintain these same assets? Could you take all the urban allocations we have, roll it back into VDOT? Could you maintain the assets we have to maintain? And I believe the answer is no.
With that amount of money.
So again,
Probably
it's a
not.
wonderful thing to talk about how we're going to divide the pot up. But here's the thing, if you've got a gallon of water and you put it into 16 cups, you still got a gallon of water. You just got 16 cups full. The real bottom line, and again, I know I'm preaching to the choir and you guys stuck with the bill. The bottom line is there's not enough assets to maintain what we have to maintain, regardless of how we look at it.
And I hate to keep repeating, that question is a question that's separate. Maybe it's parallel, but it's separate than this question. Where the additional water to fill the buckets is going to come from, different question than, is the bucket rusty? Sort of thing, or how rusty is the bucket, or yeah, so it's a different question. So we're not getting into that question. That can be a separate discussion, just like the Weldon Cooper. I hear some folks talking about Weldon Cooper. I wish it was better, or wish it was more reflective of what we do. Absolutely, we can do that today. We can get together and revise the Weldon Cooper report to make it more detailed, additional assets. We can do that today. I don't know that'll help Gareth 10 years from now, but it's not going to help Gareth today. But absolutely, if we want to talk about Weldon Cooper updating how we report our assets, the spending, I know that was done. It was floated a few years ago. I was not in the program at the time, and there was a little pushback because we were asking about more data. And I know we had some localities who hey, we give you enough data, like splitting pavement up to between arterials and your collectors. How much are you spending on your arterials? We don't know, versus your collectors. NHS versus non-NHS. I wasn't involved in the program at the time, but I do understand there's a little pushback. We're happy to revisit Weldon Cooper. We can do that. We can do that outside this. That's on
At the end
us.
of the day, is there any return on the investment? So
Well,
we could spend thousands of hours on Weldon
knowledge,
Cooper, but at the end of the day, if we're left with the same assets to work with, have we really done anything?
Well, knowledge, if it's the right knowledge, is valuable.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it is the right knowledge.
Sometimes we just hide it because it tells a story we don't want
Well,
to tell.
and knowing whether, and one thing we talk about all the time, and this is, we're digressing, is I don't know how much you spend versus arterials versus collectors. State priorities arterials, reflected by we inspect your arterials every year. So we want you to spend your money on your arterials. It's implied first because we're inspecting those. I don't know that you do or you don't. Your numbers just say you spend it on pavement. And our philosophy, and Rob will correct me if I get this wrong, is center out. Is that right for pavement? Is that what we say when we kind of think about priorities as pavement to the outside? Is that true? Pavement first and then just, sort of to speak. Yeah, I don't know, but
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm following your question. When we rate roadways.
no, I'm just saying, just in general philosophy is the most important asset is the pavement, and then drainage and everything else. Although they're all important, but but to the point is with Weldon Cooper is, we're focusing on arterials and pavement. Now, maybe that's not the most important thing. And then when we go to distribute funds in the future, like SGR, are you spending money on pavement? We look at that today. We're not supposed to replace the money you're supposed to spend already on pavement with SGR. It's supposed to be supplemental, not
Russ,
not
that
replacement.
question is kind of like picking your favorite child.
Yeah,
right?
But you have one.
I do in my area, pavements, but pavements and bridges are the two big assets that require the most money and the most effort to maintain. But I was talking about routine maintenance items, and we have 10 now, and that's probably growing. We're continuing to try and improve our ability to get the inventory, assess the condition, and have that affect how we distribute money between our non-construction districts for those items, the same way you guys are talking about distributing money through maintenance payments. So, yes, pavements is hugely important. We spend over $500 million a year resurfacing our pavements. It's a huge investment, and we want to do that as wisely as we can because of the huge, financial demand it has. I'm sure Adam would say the same thing about bridge. He has the added element of safety that doesn't typically come up with pavements, right? So.
Yeah, and that's go ahead.
We had two comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
If you look at the JLUC report, this language is an extension of that JLUC report. Okay, that came out just prior to this, and it said that they believed that local roads were not being, city streets were not being maintained at the same level as the states. Okay, that's what they saw. So this was an extension to get better data, to confirm that, to make it straight, whether that was true or not. And so that assessment really is a needs list. That's what it is. Because if it says that these local roads, these city streets are being maintained for the amount of dollars they're getting, even though they're putting in a lot more money. More money needs to come in, just like you did, VDOT did, when you did your assessment and you wanted to bring those up to the standards that you thought were appropriate. I mean, I thought I heard you say $150 million a year. That's true.
Oh, well, what I did is we said we were going to drop the condition because otherwise it would cost another $120 million for bridges.
So drop the goals.
So we reduced the goals because we knew we couldn't achieve them.
But
So
also change the blend of investment.
yeah, and change the approach to go to preservation first approach. So and so what you're raising there, I think that's what we talked about with pavements and bridges, where we have the data and the information. We're going to do the same analysis and look at what we have now and what the future is going to look like. So we are going to look to do what we talked about here and see what the future outcomes are going to be and understand that because we have the data to do.
So that potentially would drive a need that,
and maybe
the assessment of the city maintained streets are not that good. Therefore, it implies that there's a need there.
Let me dive into what you said, that the challenge for all of us is that how to increase the revenue, how to increase the pot. But you said that is 1 gallon is 12 cups. We should have a 5 gallons so we can put more in each cup. So that how to increase from 1 to 5 gallon means the revenue. Let me ask Russ, you may know that the mileage-based user fee, is that concept being only looked into environmental sensitive vehicles like electric and hybrid, or is it looked into statewide, statewide, so that we can see that how we can not rely only the gas tax, but also use the mileage base and then increase the part the way we need.
There's a pilot being done right now.
Yeah, there's a pilot. Yeah, now Jim can probably tag on this. I doubt that there would be much appetite for implementing a new program that is not net neutral. That's not neutral. So if I were to go to any legislator and say, hey, I got this new VMT thing that is about travel, and it's going to get us more money because people are going to have to pay more money than the gas tax, I don't think that would go very far. But the whole idea of the VMT is supposed to equalize the electric vehicles, the hybrid that aren't paying the gas tax, and the better cars that are getting better gas mileage.
That's how it used to be already.
We have, yes.
Yeah, and that raises about $60 million a year right now.
Yeah.
You got to pay 85% of an average, like a Toyota Camry, what it would generate in terms of gas taxes at 12,000 miles a year driven. That's what you pay if you own a Tesla. I know, I just paid it 2 days ago.
Right. So there are avenues out there, and Oregon and some of the other states are way far ahead of us as far as VMTs and stuff. But I would not think, to your analogy of the bucket, do you want a 1 gallon bucket or a 5 gallon bucket? I don't think there'd be a lot of appetite for using that avenue for a 5 gallon bucket, because people don't want to pay more. You don't want, you're not going to pay more. Another method to get you the same money is, I think folks would fine with, barring the other, other issues. But yeah, that conversation does not come into any of this, Kara, just in short.
In that case, that when this report comes in next year, 2024, I think if there will be a opportunity when we tell the assembly that the budget needs to be increased based on what you find. That's what the localities and the urban locality others are looking into, and the VDOT maintenance to keep up like $120 million rather than bringing the goal down to meet that same goal what we have established, shared with General Assembly and others. You need to have this much of money. So if we don't get all, but at least some to get that part bigger. So we need to reflect that a reality truthfully to the General Assembly. So get major portion, just like in the city council. I fight for transportation money. Education, school fight for their own. Fire, library, parks, they fight for their own. The same way it happens in the state at a higher level, bigger level. So we fight for our transportation money more than before it goes to education, before it goes to other places. So we may get a little bigger by if we reflect it truthfully that yes, we need is a lot more than a family.
There was a bit of good news in all this is the recent Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, November of 21, I guess it was, that created an infusion of $130 million into locality bridges, which is a big part of that success story that I was mentioning before. We hope that bill gets re-upped in 4 years. They usually do, but you never know. That's, and I don't know if that's something we could count on. At least from my perspective, I'm just doing the same exercise that we did in 2019 for 50-year needs for bridges. We can break it down on the revenue side. That I don't know whether you want to consider that or not, but we've tried to, whether you see it this way or not, at VDOT when we distribute bridge money to favor localities a little bit because they're operating, I think, at a disadvantage because each locality only has a handful of bridges, even the biggest. So we've tried to, shade it a little bit so you get a little more money that way. But anyway, I just the bill would probably come up for reauthorization 3 years. So when you're looking at that other side of the, we're looking at needs now. Y'all going to look at revenue. I think that what you said that IIJ, it helped us funding a lot of big projects. Mayo Bridge is one of them. Thank you, VDOT, for that. $90 million. Otherwise, we could never imagine $90 million on Mayo Bridge projects. Yeah, reconstruction. But does this federal money allow for mill and overlay? No. Why state is not raising the issue with the Fed? Hey, you're having a Jobs Act, billions of dollars. Why you are not having a capital construction mill and overlay? To me, if we raise that issue as a locality, no one's going to bother it. Because to me, how far it will go. But I think it needs to go from state level. When these needs are out there, not funded, IIJ allow us to have mill and overlay for $500 million additional to the Commonwealth. That part can grow like that way, if not internally. But that is not a sustainable part. We need to keep looking into how we sustain that funding and not go one time, second year, and third time drop down. Yeah, that's the thing with the federal funding. It's not. It's a different stream, and we don't know how predictable.
So we need to be careful, but at least it will give some injection.
Yeah, it was great. And there's also discretionary grants as well, and they can be very high dollar. We advocated on behalf of certain localities there as well. So we try. Try to infuse a little good news here.
In 2019, the state under Shannon Valentine, the Secretary of Transportation, conducted a study on revenue. Okay, so you can all look that up. And they looked at the whole list, VMT, you name it, charging electric utilities for electric vehicles. I mean, there was a whole list of things, tire taxes. What they ended up doing is they raised the gas tax 5 cents a year, so it raised it 10 cents 2 years, just very recently. The last couple of years. In fact, I think the last 5 cents was just last summer. And then they indexed the gas tax for the first time to inflation, so it goes up every year. And then they completed the sales tax 0.7 cent to all regions. They were in some, but everyone gets it, I-81 and the rest of the state. So there's been a significant increase in transportation revenues in the last couple of years. I don't believe, I'm not saying there shouldn't be more, don't value job. I'm just saying, I've been working with the legislature a long time. I can't see them going back and raising revenues anytime soon again. So, for transportation.
Yeah, this is Russ
They
again.
just did a major increase and they redid the formulas and all that. Now, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you can talk them into it, but usually these things go in cycles and it takes a while for that pressure to build for another increase in tax rates. Because they just didn't.
Russ, in the 2012 charge from the legislature, it had to do with equitability between VDOT and the municipalities, the urban funding. In this one, isn't that pretty much?
That's really, it was like, what are we spending
issue.
in the examples, we used Chesterfield, we used Richmond. I think we pulled in Henrico too, because they were sort of in between.
Counties, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Forgot to identify myself. Rick from City of Danville Public Works Director. But this is more directed, and we're kind of drifting off to a lot of other things. It specifically charges us to look at bridges and asphalt. That's item one. And the wording of the second item really hits large cities against small cities, because it basically says we're going to look at the formula. We're not going to give any extra money. We'll look at the formula and see if that can be adjusted, which falls right back to the 70-30. So the second item there doesn't ask us to address any of the things that we've been really addressing, is the need for more funds. And the third item is one we haven't addressed, and that's the opportunity for VDOT to assist the urban areas to work together on some things. We've hit that a little bit, but we haven't hit hard enough on that.
Yeah, and I'd like to
come
to that.
Yeah, that's
and that is, can you do things like maybe VDOT can take up the full cost of street lighting? It doesn't have to be that we have to adjust the whole base formula. That would cover traffic signals, side median maintenance, sidewalks, curbs, and then there are just a few larger items that maybe we can start addressing some of this without having to get into a whole bunch of detail on who has more streetlights or who has more traffic signals. And so I think when we keep talking about the additional funding available, maybe it comes to road maintenance, but maybe it comes from mass transit. Has a lobby group all its own that's going to say, the roads shouldn't get more, the buses and trains and ferries should get more. So we need to focus. When your report goes back, you're going to focus on these three items, are you not?
We are going to answer these
You have
questions.
to.
We have to answer these questions.
And then you're going to maybe add an addendum to address the items that we've discussed about more funding and how much we're all paying above what the funding is. But in order to give you the information you need to go back, we need to focus on these three items and not on a lot of other stuff. That's what I think. But I think we can focus a lot more on what VDOT can do to help us.
Yeah,
And
so that may be where.
And so that's what I'd like to do.
Yep.
Right now, is that you mentioned street lighting. I'd like to come back to that. But I just want to make one point on one of the early things you said. When we talk about this formula distribution, I came back to what you said about the JLAC report. Said, I think the terms you used was, no one shall be hold everybody harmless, right? So changing the distribution but holding everybody harmless.
That's not what it says, though.
I know, but the JLAC report is very recent. I mean, some of this came from that, but this is it's a hard place to be in, right? What we're looking at here. So, I think this efficiency through partnerships. Yeah, I'd like to see, and I've heard a few things today already. We had. We have heard about utilizing VDOT contracts, something that came up. So to me, that's one of these sort of things, partnerships. And that's not stuff that we're going to do here, but to me, it's about, can we identify some items that we can raise and create these actions so we do get things done over the next few years and make a dollar go further, be more, help us be more efficient.
Even if we hold everybody harmless and pull out some of the larger pots, that has a significant positive effect if the research could be pulled out and still leave the base mileage amount per lane mile the same and pull out some of the larger items. At least recommend maybe that to the legislature. You know, in 2012, we were getting 17,800,000. We're getting 24,012,000. 6 years later, 10 years later, it's a 30% increase. And that's not enough to even keep up with inflation in those years, in the per lane mile. So we didn't even keep up with that since 2012.
So when you talk about taking things out, you explain to me what you mean by that. You talk about street lighting as an example.
Talking about possibly keeping the formula the same so that we have principal arterial collector just the same as it is, but augmenting it with some of the larger items that are really breaking the budget for us. The big three are bridges, asphalt, and street lighting for us. It may be slightly different from everybody else, but those are the big three for us. We spend 15 to 20% on street lighting, and that would just taking those items, supplemental budgeting, and that would target each of the city's specific needs for asphalt, bridges, and for street lighting.
And that's a great point. Is the formula today, and we call it a formula, it's just the method. It doesn't care if you have bridges or not bridges. You know, it's just a lane mile of the across the bridge. So, you know, there's an example of how we may look at it and go, you know what, maybe the formula needs to be tweaked to augment. Yeah, let's say augment or somehow or pay for that. Consider bridges or other assets within the funding distribution.
And by keeping everybody harmless on that, the other items that are important, the side median maintenance, the trees, the landscaping, the striping, the traffic signals, would get more funding being in the base amount that comes in on the per lane miles.
We'll say separate funding, because we're not going to get into the revenue here, but how would it be distributed to be more equitable? Bridges, if you've got a city that has lots of bridges and that's more expensive, then
get to this distribution for more equitability, we get right back to who's going to lose so that someone else gains.
Yeah.
And that distribution difference is what didn't work in 2012 is probably not going to work much better this time.
Just to chime in on the bridge part, I don't know how much of the lane mile funds are meant for bridges, right? I know that it's
a lane mile is a lane mile.
Yeah,
Whether it's a bridge or not a bridge,
knows?
it doesn't matter, right?
It's for everything. But the State of Good Repair program, we don't really have these problems that you're mentioning. Really, when you guys are talking about, hey, we have all these other assets and we don't really have detailed inventory and condition data on those assets, so it's very difficult to pin down a need. And I get that, and I know that those are huge challenges. But for the bridge side, we do. We have all that data, and so I don't know that we could distribute funding any more equitably than it's already being distributed, other than by taking away these kind of.
You mean on the SGR side?
On the
SGR side, absolutely, yes.
And you know, so again, I just think that's a bit of a bright spot in all this, because I think we were talking about Weldon Cooper, and what I don't know about that is a lot, right? So, but I think it sounds like a spending thing, whereas really a needs-based evaluation, it's inventory and conditions, not just how many of the thing you have, but what condition, age, all these things, all this data. So we plug that into the bridge stuff, and I think I don't know that we could improve it, but as we hopefully move into that new phase of the State of Good Repair program, there's some opportunities, I think, and I started out with this earlier on. We have got to really work together with the VDOT districts. We have a way of getting this work done, and we collaborate. They have systems in place to do all these preservation treatments. I think that's really new to a lot of localities, and so we need to kind of talk about, do you guys have the expertise? Do you know how to get at it? And then talk about, how to execute that. Because the one thing that worries me more than anything, we're sitting here with bridge replacement projects and unclaimed funds, so to speak. I mentioned the application to need an eligible bridge ratio. I really want to make sure we avoid that going forward if the state of government law changes.
Right.
Mention a few of those.
Mike Jennings with Ashland. So from a locality perspective, we just can't take the bridges out, because even if it's doesn't meet your ranking, we can replace it, we still have to maintain it, clean sediment out from under it. There's still some cost involved with us that we have to use our maintenance monies towards. So it's not just big picture what you're talking about.
Yeah, I understand that. That's what I was saying. I know that there's more than just the state going into.
Right, but we just can't take bridges out of our consideration for using our maintenance money.
No, I wasn't opposed.
Well, we could, but we crashed the system, right?
Yeah.
But that's,
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that you should do
So
that.
is it possible for VDOT to just take over all the bridge maintenance in the state regardless of where it is, city? I think that's what he's suggesting.
Yeah, let's do that.
No,
That's kind of the partnership.
right.
That's what he's suggesting, is that you just take over the maintaining all the bridges. That would make the funding of the existing funding available,
It's something we could do. I don't let my colleagues here.
Stop the recording just a second.
oh, I don't think I've stopped the recording. I'll cut it off right there. I'll edit this, Jim.
We do. I don't know how you all see it. I see it as a very, very fruitful collaboration between the localities, because we have a lot of VDOT controlled projects, the larger projects. They're beyond the day-to-day ability of a lot of localities. So we'll just run the project. It's a construction project, it's a big one. But, we're constantly communicating. We intend to. But to answer your question, we could do that. We could do that and be one statewide system. I think there'd be a lot of value. That's me.
And
One thing I was gonna say that, because we, like you said, that moving lane miles we get for the paving. How it applies to bridges. They are so expensive. Let me give you a data focus on Manchester Bridge. We have 3 lane each direction, 0.75 mile each lane. That mill and overlay on Manchester Bridge is $20 million project. And that means about $5 million per lane mile. Compared to moving lane mile on other, that's $96,000 on primary road. Even though that is also on primary road. One way you are having a $96,000 per mile. And on the road, here is a $5 million overlay on the bridge. Even though their life cycle cost, one is 10 years on primary road, 8 to 10 years million overlay, another one could be 20 years, 20 to 25 years. So do the math. I think if we are paying the bridges the same way like we are paying the roads, there is some gap somewhere we need to consider part of that.
Renee from Leesburg. When you're talking about the bridges for state of good repair, the bridge rating system and everything has been around for a long time. So you're dealing with more of a, for lack of a better way to put it, a finite structure. A bridge has very specific pieces, parts that go to a bridge that are required to be maintained. When you start looking at applying that same thing to a roadway, every jurisdiction has a different design and construction standards manual, though we follow the VDOT specification. So applying that same rationale to a section of roadway is very difficult. But I think we should try to take a page from the way bridges do that to figure out how to look at just the roadway, right-of-way piece of the roadway, counting the trails, the sidewalks, the traffic signals, and all of that. How we do that, I don't know.
When we set up the HMMS system at VDOT, this is going back 4 or 5 years ago, we really grappled with that discussion. Okay, we're trying to set up an asset management system for this huge inventory. Do we go out and assess the guardrail? And we don't even know what we have, right? The striping, all of it. Someone mentioned trees, holy smokes. So we made the decision not to at that time. I don't know if it was the right decision, but there's a cost to that too. And just for everybody's benefit, the statewide bridge safety inspection program, when I started at VDOT 15 years ago, was about 20 million bucks. It's almost 45, 50 million now. So there's money in just collecting and maintaining the data. There's going to be a lot of value in it, but there are automated tools, people that can drive up and down the road. And they say they can characterize these things. Now, that's just the inventory side. And I don't know about the condition part either. People just knowing where their culverts are, all these things, streetlights, the whole bit. It's a challenge. I don't know how you solve it, frankly.
Now, as far as the paving lane miles, why don't we give a consideration for like the on-ramps, the turn lanes and all that? I mean, bridge isn't any good if I don't have an on-ramp to get on it. And the next street doesn't do me any good if I don't hit the turn lane to make the turn. But we still have to maintain all that.
Right. I think it gets back to the bucket of funding anyway. And so I think that was a policy decision made way before me. We don't, it's the legislation is moving lane miles. So we don't consider, turn lanes and things like that. They're not through lanes. So that's kind of where that came from. But it gets back to the bucket of money. If we include it for you, okay, we'll include it for everybody else, and now your mileage rate will just go down. It's the same, and you'll get the same amount of money. So whatever you do is gonna, without a bigger bucket, with more fluid in it, to go back to the analogy, yeah, we can split the pie up any way we want, but it's still a pie. We're trying to make sure no one's slice gets any smaller. That's what we want to do, and that's what we're hearing. So. And that's what derailed it last time. We could come up with hey, it's the most equitable way to do this if we count bridges this percentage because it's, and pavement this much and these assets this much and split it all up. But if we don't have any more money, you're still getting the same amount of money. It just makes it more complicated to track.
Will there be any more SGR funds? Have they anticipated to go up?
Over the years, it's a program we're gonna, each year it increases a bit, but,
Does that come from the same big pot?
SGRs from our construction program. It comes from that new formula that was developed. I don't remember the House bill. What was the House bill? 1885.
That varies a lot.
Yeah, so it's gonna go up and down.
Swings in that. And then for the last 3 or 4 years, it's like, oh, we're not doing a program this year. And then next year was twice as much. So it really varies with both the state and federal.
Yeah. So
the revenue sharing program.
So we have it $100 million a year. Now that's we guys talk about maintenance first, revenue sharing, maintenance is third. So that there's something you could look at. I'm not advocating anything.
Everybody ever used revenue sharing?
Yes, we will. We do get to the. We have gotten to the four. We have 4 tiers. We have gotten to the 4th tier before. We did get to the 4th tier before COVID, and then we got derailed with COVID. So we fully funded all eligible requests that year before COVID. But then we had the reduction in funding, which derailed that.
So maybe that can be adjusted. That could be a recommendation, is to adjust that, to put maintenance on the same level as new construction. Yeah. Sure, a lot of projects didn't come in because it just didn't deem them worthy putting in if they're going to be the 4th tier or 3rd tier.
Yeah. So
that's true, because back in 2007, 2008, pavement rail and overlay was allowed under the initiative program, and we got funded. So for so many years, all of a sudden it was been cut. Now it's been 3rd tier. We never will get to the 3rd tier.
Right. So maybe that's a solution where VDOT can partner with us more on that funding and change that. Just that one requirement would help on the maintenance.
That
would be more funds for the SGR.
That is a legislative requirement.
It comes out of the same pot. SGR, you get 51% of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund going to maintenance, 49% going to the Transportation Trust Fund. And out of the Transportation Trust Fund, 53% goes to construction, and then construction out of that, which is 26% of the CTF, by the way, 30% of that stayed in good repair. So again, if you change any of these, something else has to go down.
Well, we can access the new construction just by raising the priority from 3 or 4 to 2 for the maintenance and service.
And that's revenue sharing, and that comes from the trust fund, as Jim was
I mean,
talking
it's
about.
the same problem as you have a bucket of money that is finite, just grows with the rate of growth of revenues. And it's all cut up. You go to various places, there's huge politics involved in all these formulas about where it goes. So anyone that gets less is gonna have the same problem as if you change this distribution formula.
So there's no hope. Is that what you're saying?
So
No, there's hope. Actually, I really liked your idea, not to say it's hope, having VDOT take over bridge maintenance. That would come at it, they would have to prioritize their funding.
So Mike Sawyer, City of Richmond.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that the annual maintenance payment comes off the top before it goes in the decision that's made in advance of it going through the formula? So whatever's left from the annual maintenance payment is diverted now through the formula. Is that true?
Well, it's part of that 51% of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund.
Right, but I'm under the belief that if you fill the annual maintenance payment first, and then you say that that's full, and then it goes.
Not really. Like I said, let's say you get $4 billion in Commonwealth Transportation Funds, 51% of that goes to maintenance.
And from that maintenance budget, localities comes off the top of that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's what's
exactly.
And the budget, and remember, the budget for the localities, it's together, it's one budget. So that raises at the same rate that the HMOF, I guess, rate increases each year. So that's when we got back to what Jim was talking about way back when they increased by the MCI, the maintenance cost index. That's what he was kind of referring to. I think you were, Jim.
Yeah,
and we got rid of that and just said, look, it's just going to be based on inflation or a producer price index. I can't remember what exactly it is. And it's so, and the reason it's the budget may go up 3%, but but the maintenance payments are only going up 1% or 1.5%, just because we're adding all the roads to it. And I got to split that same budget across more roads. Well, the 51% goes to maintenance out of the construction, out of all the revenue.
And when is VDOT?
Yes.
Basically.
After.
Same.
VDOT funded the same 51%.
Yes.
But they're after the urban payments.
After the localities.
Well, it's together. We see how much are we going to go up, and the maintenance and the localities go up the same. It's if they go it's the same.
So, but you don't set the rate and then fund the maintenance program. You
No,
got a maintenance program that's got need and a pot of money, and the rate becomes because you take the amount of need divided by the dollars available.
That's right.
where your rate
That's right.
comes
You
from.
remember, you've got.
If a new city suddenly appeared in Virginia and said, hey, I got 1,000 lane miles and I want to get in the system, next year, every one of our payments would go down.
Hold on. That's a no. That's a no. It could, but we never let it happen. Dumfries was just added this past year, and we held everybody harmless.
The reason why they did it 2049 was the Transportation Trust Fund.
2000, it can only come up every
They get
10 years.
Commonwealth Transit Fund is 23. The rail fund is 7.5.
We didn't do it last time.
Aviation fund gets 1.5. Space flight gets 1%. So they all get a portion. There's all politics running that. So that's why they set these percentages. 51. So it really obviates the thing that maintenance comes first, because it really doesn't. They just get a set percentage.
So within that 51%, the first decision is what is the annual rate, but we've been making that decision without the benefit of having the additional information on condition of pavement bridge. The thing that's different in the future, the immediate future, is going to be, we're going to know the VDOT system and the local system, so that decision making should be more informed. Right?
What are all of the?
I'm not sure if that's.
Categories that come out of there. Urban funds, and then what's the second tier? Do we know what those tiers look like that comes out of the 51%?
I tell you, let me commit to. It seems that there's a lot of interest in revenue and stuff, and if you go to the CTV, Laura Farmer goes through a lot of this each year. Let me go find that report or the presentation and get it to everybody so they can kind of see the big picture of the way that money flows. There's several, we have several funding source and revenue source type flow charts that are very, I think I've got one actually up on my wall. And let me share that with everybody to kind of give everybody a sense of how the money flows. And because I'm not an expert in it, you know, I'm down at the bottom. Once it gets given to me, I don't care where it came from. I just got it.
I believe her presentation is going to be January 17th at the CT.
And she'll probably, yeah. So, but I'll see what she's got this time, and then I'll see what we have from last time, and find some tools, some resources that you can look at to kind of better explain kind of the stuff that Jim was going over and where it comes from and then where it goes. So I will commit to getting you guys some information there.
Yeah. I have one formula question that in the current model, we can convert up to 3% of our lane miles to a bike lane or shared lane and be held harmless. And that 3% is based on our 2014 inventory. Yeah. Is there an ability to up that percentage? Because we're doing road reconfiguration in the city, and we're now at the point we're bumping up to our 3% limit, and it's going to make us either not do some road reconfigurations or start prioritizing which ones we want to do, because we don't want to get to the point where we're giving maintenance funds back, and because we're not changing the pavement section, it's still pavement, it's just going from a vehicle lane to a bike lane. Can we either up the percentage or change the 2014 to be the current year inventory number? Because our mileage have increased by 10 miles since 2014, but I can't count that 10 miles because it wasn't there in 2014.
You want to make a distinction too, it's 3% for 50
Or
miles.
50 miles.
Or I'm not going to get to 50 miles.
Okay.
I'm talking 9 and 10 miles total. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a legislative language, you know, that we have to. Yeah, that would have.
Right,
to
but
change.
if you're thinking about formula changes.
Formula changes, that's a good point. You know, does that
lump it all in there?
Yeah. Okay.
And a little more to the details about the other assets. I was looking into the spreadsheets that we use for VDOT methodology. We don't consider all the assets that may be out there on the road, but for the network as a whole, if you spend $100 on a lane mile of paving, we need additional $33, 33% for paved shoulders, 13% for ramps, 12% for pavement markings and messages, 1% for pavement markers, rumble strips, 3%, and patching sound. So these are all the assets that are associated with paving and not necessarily sidewalks, guardrails, street lights, and so on. So we add a certain percentage. When we spend $100 for one lane mile of paving, we add additional $71 for these paving related assets. And on top of that, we add CEI and MOT. MOT is maintenance of traffic, and CEI is construction engineering and inspection.
Is that the VDOT does, or do we get to pay the same way?
So VDOT uses that way.
So I think you covered yourself in there, but we are not covered anyway. Just like you said, this is exactly, some of these contingencies should be applied to cover those items.
So when we apply the same methodology to locality maintained roads, we'll apply the same formula.
But y'all don't,
And it will not cover the other assets, you know.
but y'all don't pay for street lights, y'all don't pay for curb and gutter when y'all resurface.
Recognize that, but there's just the cost of doing.
Associated.
Right, so when we're looking at condition of pavements now, we're not just looking at what does it cost to build and fill that bit of pavement, right? There's other stuff that goes in, right? So when we're looking at
pavement markings, for example,
a need to do some, to improve the condition of pavements, it's the cost of doing the pavement works plus 31% plus MOT plus other stuff.
And we have those same expenses.
I know.
But when we pave a road, we have to upgrade all the handicap ramps, which VDOT doesn't. And I mean, I'm not saying y'all don't do any, but in majority, VDOT doesn't do it.
Yeah.
That's not a wish, that's a must, because DOJ told us in 2014 it's a requirement.
Yeah.
But we get no funding for that.
We do get funding. It's a maintenance fund.
Maintenance.
You don't get enough. funding.
No,
We get funding, you don't get enough. Right?
But like in the like an area like the city of Richmond, what we got, 11,000 handicap ramps, Karen? About 12,000. So you, let's say all 12,000 of them do not meet the new standard.
Yeah.
What kind of money are you talking about?
So again, are you correcting those based on paving or are they being corrected independently?
They are being corrected, and some are being corrected independently with sidewalk projects, but every time I pave a road, it's a requirement that I have to repair.
It's a federal regulation that if you pave.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a federal regulation. If you pave, you have to upgrade this.
And even if we put in street lights, we gotta upgrade them. I mean, there's certain, they give us the standards, what we have to, that require an upgrade.
Okay, we're getting to the end of our time. I just wanted to, is there anyone else, especially anyone that hasn't spoken today? Is there anything else that anyone wants to share?
I'm going to schedule around. We're going to schedule next meeting for.
Let's I think we're thinking,
Yeah,
let the
so-
folks do some work. I think we've got it. Yeah, we've got a schedule.
We
We've
talked
got a
about when you were
schedule.
out of the room.
Yes,
There was a
sorry
schedule
about
up there, right? So let's get to that.
Oh,
That one.
oh, oh, oh.
Stop it. Okay.
There you go.
So our next session would be in here somewhere. Somewhere between April and June. So that depends on what happens over the next few weeks, but we will schedule it sort of 1 to 2 months out and put a stake in the ground when that's happening. But there needs to be a little bit of work done on here, and then we'll set something there when we have something to talk about.
Are you gonna propose several recommendations or just one? I mean, so we can all, analyze and how it's gonna affect this and all that? Or do you know?
I expect there'll be more than one thing said. Yes.
Is there some interim process where we can see what you're working on?
Maybe.
Rather than getting the report development right away?
Yeah. So we'll be talking about the pieces that go into this, right? So this would be, once we start to have some information. So we're going to send out the info, if we go 2 slides down.
Speak up.
No, that was the one.
That was it?
You're right.
Sorry about that.
That one. So we're going to come out to you with a request about the 3,500 above and below. So that'll come out. We want to share with you when we can the condition information from pavements. Okay, so that'll be coming out before that time. If we have more information or if there's things that we've done and we can do an interim discussion, if we have something worthwhile to give to you that you can push and pull and punch and pick, then we'll do that. We'll try and do that. Okay, but it will take us a while. We can share the data we've got, but to do that analysis and update it and work through that does take a bit of time and backwards and forwards, so we're confident we can bring it to you. Okay. Any other questions or comments or anything online?
Thank you for listening to us.
It's all right. Thanks for coming along. And we had a lot of people that sort of came in at the end. I know it was a bit squishy and a bit cold, but it's good to get everyone here. And I look forward and hope you'll help us through the rest of this process because we've identified some challenges today. So your continued input is very much appreciated. Anything else online? Anyone
I'm looking, I don't see anything. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. Thanks, Tom, for making the trip.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Budget season was good to get.
Oh, yeah?
Next one. Yeah, I'll be in Waynesboro.
Yeah, have it in Waynesboro.
Yeah.
Maybe we didn't have a Charlottesville. Maybe we just didn't have it in Charlottesville. Research council.
Get a few more votes like Roanoke.
Yeah, get some more people. Thanks. Here.
That's good.
Hi, everybody.
I had some ideas based on all of you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No problem. You know me, I'm always about paper. I don't care about any of that other stuff.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, well, everybody cares about other stuff. There's never enough to go around, so we're doing the best we can with our record.